Oh, 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 oh. Hola, hola, hola. Yes, hola, hola, hola. Hola. Hola, 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 hola. Oh, 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 oh. Hola, hola, hola.
Ok, hola, vale, listo, perfecto. Era eso, quería escuchar solamente. Ay, gracias. Sonido sí, probando 1, 2.
Perfecto.
Rick, shall we ask everybody to sit down?
Good morning, everybody, in a signal language. I'd love you to take a seat, and we'll get started with our program. We're 25 minutes late, which is about 5 minutes early by traditional timing here in Colombia. We'll leave you lots of space to have those important hallway conversations today. But for the moment, if we could get started, it would be our pleasure.
Yes. We have Rick Reiner from IDH and myself. I'm Gerardo Pataconi from the ICO. Good morning. We have interpretation today, but I don't have the number, so I don't know which channel is what. Channel 1 is English, Channel 2, Spanish, 3 French, 4 Portuguese. And we had a little problem, so the Portuguese booth has only one interpreter because one interpreter had problems. Therefore, I've been told 2 things. One, there will be interpretation into Portuguese for half an hour and then a break, because there is only one instead of 2 interpreters. Whoever can speak into Portuguese would help us, because interpretation into English, French, and Spanish works. So I repeat, if you speak Portuguese, it's great, so that we simplify our work with interpreters. Apologies, this was a last-minute issue. But we can start now.
Great. Let me just say welcome to the 4th CEO and Global Leaders Forum. This is a somewhat momentous occasion. This work has been ongoing since 2019. This convening has happened since then, but we haven't met in person since 2019. So this is a unique opportunity to see each other in 3 dimensions. And for those of us who had never met each other, I, for example, discovered that some of my colleagues are quite tall, and they discovered that I am quite short. So it's an opportunity to see each other 3-dimensionally again. We've got a lot on the program today, and we'll just take a quick run through the basics of it. As you noted, seating is open, so there are no delegation seatings. You're welcome to sit where you will, other than we have asked most of our speakers and panelists to sit close to the front. We'll talk a little bit about how the program's going to work today. We've got a very crowded and somewhat disrupted agenda because there's so much going on here in Coffee Week with the ICO and the council meetings and with our hosts in Colombia. We'll be talking a lot today about the activities of the Public-Private Task Force, but we'll also be talking about, more importantly, our way forward from the work that we started in 2019. The idea today really is that we have come through a tremendous amount. We met in 2019, we set an agenda, we built a roadmap, we had a vision for how to go forward with coffee, and then some things changed. We had this little incident of pandemia where everybody had to rethink everything that they thought before that. In spite of that, we're all back here today, and our conversation today is how do we regroup, how do we push this important work forward? How do we move into whatever our new reality is? How do we adapt? How do we change? And how do we take up the responsibilities that we had identified for ourselves in 2019? Our end goal, of course, is a thriving and sustainable coffee sector where every actor has a reasonable standard of living, has a chance to participate, has a chance to improve their livelihood. So here's the agenda for today. If we can move forward to slide.
I think we want to see a little video before, right?
Video? I always miss the video cues.
Just to set the scene. Thank you. Rick, why don't we go with the program now?
And we're going to do this very quickly. Please.
Next one.
We'll keep moving.
Next one.
Oh,
Yeah.
Back one.
One before.
There we go. There's the program. Lots of small letters. You don't have to read it all. But here's the idea. We're going to have some welcome remarks from important folks this morning. We're graced with a brilliant keynote speech, and we'll move from there straight into our first panel. At that point, we're going to take a break in order to, so those of you who would like to or who must attend the opening of the Cafés de Colombia Expo. That opening will take place in the room immediately adjacent, immediately to my right and to your left. There's an auditorium there where the opening and inauguration of the Cafés de Colombia Expo will take place. So we will break after our first panel to give everybody an opportunity to attend the inaugural and have a chance to visit the Expo. We will provide lunch at 12:30 in Los Arcos, the restaurant where you had breakfast this morning. It's on the 4th floor of the main exhibition hall, for those of you who did not attend breakfast. And at 1:30 we'll resume here with panels, case studies, and bilateral discussions. So 1:30 back in this room. I know this is a bit of a broken agenda, but we wanted to make sure that we have the opportunity to be present for the inauguration of the Expo and to give all of you a chance to take at least a first brief visit to the Expo afterwards. So we're here until 10:30, we break, lunch at 12:30, back here at 1:30.
Thanks.
Right.
And then the afternoon, say we'll resume the panel. There will be 2 closed sessions, and there will be the conclusion at the end. So, and again, we will have going back to the Arco restaurant for a little drink afterwards, hopefully happier than we are starting now. Thank you very much, Rick. And I think we are on schedule already, as usual. So I would just go straight to invite Roberto Vélez, the Chair, CEO of the Federico Coffee Growers of Colombia. Roberto, thank you very much. Our host, thank you so much.
Aló. Sí. Buenos días. Good morning. Bonjour. Bon dia. Ohayou gozaimasu. Para todos es un placer, un gusto, un honor y una satisfacción enorme poder servir hoy como escenario para esta reunión de la Organización Internacional del Café. En nombre de las 540,000 familias productoras de café de Colombia, quiero darles la bienvenida a todos ustedes. Déjenme simplemente mencionar al embajador Romero, que es el presidente hoy de la Junta del Consejo de la OIC, a Vanucia Nogueira, la directora ejecutiva, y todas las delegaciones y los compañeros que nos acompañan hoy en este foro de presidentes de empresas. Qué bueno volvernos a ver después de un tiempo bastante complicado de pandemia. Qué bueno volverlos a tener. Qué bien que nos podamos reunir, porque los problemas no se han ido. Muchos de los problemas se han acentuado todavía más. Después de estos 2 años de pandemia, la pobreza hizo estragos en muchos de nuestros países. En Colombia, por ejemplo, de las 540,000 familias productoras, 330,000 hoy reciben algún subsidio del Estado. Eso nos muestra el grado de vulnerabilidad de la caficultura y de los productores de café. Por el otro lado, llevamos 27 meses en Colombia, en donde la lectura mensual de lluvias supera el promedio histórico. Es decir, llevamos 27 meses del fenómeno de la Niña. ¿Quién puede negar entonces la existencia de un cambio climático y los problemas que ello trae para los productores de café? Tenemos pues una agenda enorme para analizar. Tenemos muchísimos problemas en los que tenemos que discutir. Tenemos una inflación gigantesca en el mundo entero que hacía muchísimos años no veíamos. Tenemos la gran pregunta: ¿qué va a pasar con el consumo de café hacia adelante? Este foro, pues, no podía ser más a tiempo y más oportuno, porque para nosotros es urgente que empecemos como industria, como cadena del café, a tratar de encontrar soluciones. Sabemos que solos y por separado no podremos, pero sabemos también que juntos lo podemos lograr. Déjenme pues nuevamente manifestar simplemente mi complacencia y el orgullo de tenerlos hoy aquí en Colombia, y que esta primera reunión presencial después de esos años tan complejos sea en Bogotá, en nuestra tierra, en Colombia, en donde el café es la marca país, porque en Colombia creemos que Colombia es café y que el café es Colombia. Muchísimas gracias y bienvenidos.
Thank you. Muchas gracias, Roberto, por tus palabras, for your kind word, and also to setting well the scene. Now we have a next friend coming up on stage, His Excellency Ambassador Ivan Romero, Chair of the International Coffee Council. Ivan, it's a great pleasure to have you also with us today. Let me just...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sus Excelencias, delegados y delegadas a esta importante reunión, el 134 periodo de sesiones de la Organización Internacional del Café, y a esta fecha especial, la reunión de líderes mundiales del café. Queridos amigos, señora directora ejecutiva de la Organización Internacional del Café, la primera mujer que asume estos importantes cargos, y esperamos que no sea la última. Es un placer para mí, en mi calidad de presidente del Consejo de la Organización Internacional del Café, darles la bienvenida a este cuarto foro de presidentes, líderes mundiales, en donde juntos esperamos hacer un balance del progreso, identificar desafíos y brindar liderazgo y compromiso para asignar recursos y juntos resolver los problemas y buscar nuevas oportunidades para un futuro resiliente, justo y sostenible del sector cafetalero. Hemos escuchado el clamor en esta sala esta mañana del doctor Roberto Vélez, que en una corta descripción resume el sentimiento de los productores de café y de la angustia de todos nuestros países. Esta es la realidad que nos toca enfrentar y analizar. Sé que tendremos un debate espectacular con posibles soluciones que nos hará pensar en el futuro de la cafeticultura a nivel mundial, sus retos, pero también sus soluciones. Es preocupante y expreso nuestra solidaridad a los países que hemos estado sufriendo el efecto del cambio climático. Miles de hectáreas y miles de seres humanos han perdido su vida, lamentablemente. Es responsabilidad de todos nosotros enfrentar esta cruel realidad y sobre todo encontrar soluciones. Aquí hoy tiene que ser un foro de reflexión, de análisis, y que surjan ideas para mitigar en parte el problema de la caficultura mundial. La OIC ha estado enmarcado en cambios y es así que con orgullo en este periodo de sesiones abriremos a firma el nuevo convenio constitutivo de la organización. Las preocupaciones han sido varias y esto condujo a la creación del Grupo de Trabajo Público y Privado del Café 2020, que reunió en torno a la misma mesa y con una visión y valores compartidos a todas las partes interesadas con el objetivo final de una transformación del sector para hacer que la cadena del valor mundial del café sea inclusiva, resistente y sostenible. Para nosotros los miembros de la OIC, en mi calidad de presidente también, y para todos los miembros del Consejo, es alentador ver que tanto el sector público como el privado están abordando ahora la viabilidad y la sostenibilidad a largo plazo del sector cafetalero. Y el Task Force del OIC proporciona un espacio colaborativo para identificar y poner en marcha la estrategia del impacto para la transformación del sector. Aprovechemos estos encuentros, hagamos esfuerzos extraordinarios para estar presentes. Es placentero volver a encontrarnos, es placentero platicar en los desayunos al lado de un buen café colombiano. Muchas gracias, Colombia, por recibirnos con la misma hospitalidad y alegría y cordialidad de que son ya características en los colombianos. Muchas gracias, Colombia, muchas gracias a todos los participantes y enhorabuena para que discutamos los problemas del café a nivel mundial. Muchas gracias a todos los que han venido desde lejanas tierras por estar presentes y en sus agendas aportarnos un tiempo muy valioso para todos nosotros. Muchas gracias, Colombia.
Muchas gracias. And now we have the great pleasure to have my boss, Vanusia Nogueira, the Executive Director of the International Coffee Organization. Vanusia, you have the floor, please.
Bom dia, buenos dias, good morning, bonjour. É um prazer para mim estar aqui hoje com todos vocês, nesta condição de diretora executiva da OIC. Agradeço muito a presença de todos e gostaria de iniciar agradecendo muito, não o nosso país anfitrião, mas os nossos amigos anfitriões. O governo da Colômbia e principalmente a Federação dos Cafeicultores da Colômbia, Roberto, Juan e toda a equipe que não mediram esforços para organizarmos todo este evento, que é o primeiro evento depois da pandemia que nós organizamos no âmbito da OIC, com a presença física de todos, né? Sem ser, já estávamos todos cansados das janelinhas virtuais. Então, é um prazer enorme e eu gostaria de agradecer a todos vocês. Hoje, nós damos continuidade a um movimento conjunto cujas conversas iniciaram em 2015 em Milão, quando a OIC esteve em Milão na Expo Milão. E em 2019, com o primeiro fórum de produtores de CEOs e líderes globais, quando muitos de vocês que estão aqui hoje estiveram por ali e assinaram a Declaração de Londres, setembro de 2019. Eu estava lá também. Eu fui uma das que colaborei com todo este movimento e com todo este processo para que assinássemos a primeira declaração, a Declaração de Londres, no primeiro Fórum de Líderes e CEOs Globais. Setores público e privado, juntos com a sociedade civil, buscando alternativas para milhões de pequenos produtores em mais de 50 países, que trabalham uma matéria-prima a céu aberto, estão suscetíveis a todas as mudanças climáticas e encarando os desafios da manutenção dos jovens no campo, a inserção da mulher e de outras minorias na cadeia e na busca pela prosperidade que deve ser discutida abertamente. Como um movimento que vai do grão à xícara para os produtores ou da xícara ao grão para os consumidores, estamos falando de uma economia totalmente circular. E precisamos, juntos, pensar e implementar soluções. Hoje não será um dia de posições, mas um dia de colaboração com enormes fontes de inspiração para todos nós. Então, eu desejo a todos um dia muito produtivo e vamos ao trabalho.
Obrigado.
Thank you, Vanessa. So one of the joys of coffee is that for so many of us who are involved in coffee, coffee is an intergenerational experience. Many of the producers in the world are the sons and daughters of producers before them, and sometimes the grandchildren of producers before them. Many of those involved in the trade, intermediaries in the business, are legacies working for the same firms that their parents worked for, or parts of family businesses. This is one of the many beautiful things about our industry, the opportunity to see this continuity, this transfer across generations, and this family commitment to the important parts of our sector. So we're very honored today to have as our keynote speaker a man who is the very embodiment of a generational commitment to coffee, to a lifetime spent absorbing the lessons of those who came before him, thinking about them, traveling the world, spending all of his energy addressing the place that coffee holds in our world, the joy it brings to us, and the challenges it presents us. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Andrea Ely.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm really glad to be here, so thank you for the invitation. It's a great responsibility for me to open the dance, so I will try to give you some food for thought. Let's say that coffee, since nearly 30 years, is undergoing something very special, which is a long decommoditization process. It all benefits for consumers, producers, traders, everybody. We intercepted in Milan, at the occasion of the Universal Exhibition, which was centered for the first time on food, we intercepted that trend. And together with other 40 producing countries, we did draft and undersign this Milan Coffee Legacy, which has been mentioned by the executive director. This declaration is very simple and short. It says that there is a virtuous cycle combining the benefits which coffee delivers to consumers, consuming countries, together with the socio-economic development it creates for producing countries. And this virtuous cycle creates value for all stakeholders and should be nurtured. Nurtured with more and more sustainable quality, education and financement. Also because we have to address the threat of climate change. This was written. Since 2015, we can be pleased to take good note that many positive things did occur. First of all, the tremendous success of the third wave, pushing product differentiation to even higher level, delicious product and experiences. Second, the acknowledgement, even at institutional level, of the positive effect of coffee on human health. It helps you to live better and longer because it's clearly associated with longevity. Third, a lot of research about adaptation to climate change, particularly in the agronomical practices. Regenerative agriculture is a revolution. It transitions from chemistry to microbiology. It proves that by enriching soil with soil organic carbon, you not only sequestrate carbon from the air, but you enrich and you nourish the soil microbiota, which is responsible for fertility, resilience, and biodiversity. But also, a significant, let's say, progress has been made in developing new, resistant, and more performing cultivar for more coffee biodiversity. So in 2019, this beautiful London Declaration and the task force which it generated were born with the aim of nurturing and accelerating this virtuous cycle, particularly addressing with a collaborative approach the still unsolved problems like inequalities, like the high fragmentation in the coffee farm, 80% with less than 2 hectares, like lack of transparency, market transparency and volatility, and like adaptation to climate change. So this is all positive, and we can extrapolate that maybe in the years and the decades ahead, this positive coffee decommoditization, thanks to a more and more sustainable and positive and healthy industry, will create more and more value. However, the catastrophic climate crisis rings a bell. The IPCC told us that when we will reach 1.5 degrees increased temperature, which is going to occur very, 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 very soon, within the next decade, the catastrophic climate events will be twice as today, both in terms of frequency and impact. And when we will reach 2 degrees, 3 times. So it's exponential. So this means that we need to exponentially accelerate this positive trend. We know now what we have to do, but we need to create a hockey stick in this level of intervention in order to adapt the coffee industry to climate change. Resilience means investing. If the impact will be 3 times worse, then we need to invest at least 3 times more. So the historical figures I have in mind is 350 million invested overall in all the coffee value chain for sustainability in the coffee plantations. This number should be tripled at least. Is it a problem? I say no, because there is a flood of international finance ready to finance that. Floods. International finance is more and more motivated about ESG, impact investment, blended finance. So it's not the issue about getting the money. Is it an issue to get the returns? No. because the value of the coffee sold will increase thanks to better quality and differentiation. Productivity will increase. But moreover, this regenerative agriculture, thanks to the fact that soil is a carbon sink 3 times bigger than the air. So 1 hectare of soil can absorb a minimum of 100 kilo of carbon per year. If you multiply by 10 million hectares where coffee is grown, is 1 gigaton per year. Think about the figure. It's a figure big enough to probably create the capacity to inset most of the carbon emissions of the coffee industry. And this carbon sequestration, carbon insetting and offsetting has a market, carbon trading, which is potentially as big as the physical coffee trading exported by producing countries. I don't want to give you figures, but you can make the math yourself, checking the value of the value of a carbon credit per ton. So it's not a problem of getting the funding. It's not a problem of delivering sufficient enough returns. So where is the problem? The problem is resource allocation. And this is where this team of people, this organization, needs to accelerate. Because in order to decide where to allocate resources, we need a risk management approach. We need to understand where are the risks, which are systemic risks, not only climate. So we need a systemic approach. We need the data, which we don't have. We don't even know how big is the gourmet coffee industry. We don't know how much more value it creates. We don't know the carbon emissions of the coffee industry. We know nothing. We have no data. So finance is driven by data. If the coffee sectors want more money for more capital allocation for investment, we need to start putting data together and activate a very big, let's say, big data project extracting knowledge through machine learning. So this is my view. I think this requires a bold leadership in governance, which I'm sure we have with the executive director and the team. A governance which tears down the equator, which I consider a kind of a virtuous wall dividing producing and consuming countries. It's enough. We are not in 2 camps. The market is only one. The consumer is only one. It's not about producers on one camp and consumers on the other camp. Only one battlefield. And the leadership which really engages all stakeholders to the extent that we start really sharing the data that we need and engage ourselves at the same level. So this is my vision and conclude my intervention. But I like to say that Crosby, one leading business guru, said that vision without execution is only hallucination. And I don't want you to tell me that I'm hallucinated. So if you want to start a conversation about blended finance and starting a fund, or if you want to start a conversation at the superior level big data approach, we can start the conversation tomorrow. Thank you very much and enjoy your meeting.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Before that, just we have a surprise for you. May I ask Vanusia to come up here? I think Rick mentioned something about generations, intergenerations and continuity. So I think I'd like to ask both Vanusia and Ivan to come on stage.
Andrea, eu cheguei em Londres há 5 meses e depois de estarmos com o escritório da OIC fechado por mais de 2 anos devido à pandemia, quando eu cheguei, nós decidimos fazer uma organização de tudo. Dentro desse processo de organização dos nossos escritórios, nós encontramos um documento preparado pelo seu pai em 1965, um documento com sugestões. Ele apresentou esse documento em Trieste em uma reunião nos dias 22 e 23 de setembro de 1965, com sugestões a serem seguidas pelo setor de café e com a contribuição da ILE. Nós gostaríamos de, neste momento, lhe dizer que nós manteremos na OIC uma cópia digitalizada do documento e entregaremos a você, para que eu sei que vocês têm o museu em Trieste, entregaremos o original a você, para que você leve a Trieste e coloque no museu com todo o nosso carinho.
So I was 1 year old. So I take no responsibility for what is written.
Yes.
But I think this document...
With the microphone for the interpreters.
I think this document was presented in one hotel, which is in the same place where I live now. And I still remember the conference room, even though I was so young. I have good memories. My father has been a forerunner for espresso coffee, and his mission was to trigger the coffee revolution in the automatization with espresso coffee. I don't know if it did happen, but for sure I remember that at the time he was a missionary in the United States. He used to travel 6 weeks per year to the United States, only promoting espresso, 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 cappuccino, espresso, cappuccino. And eventually, in the US now, they don't drink 100% espresso, but they drink a lot, and a lot of gourmet coffee. So maybe this is kind of the origin. Thank you so much. I'm really honored.
Thank you very much. And now we like to start with the panel. And so we are inviting the other speakers that will also continue this journey and this discussion. So we have, first of all, Mike Wheeler, representative of Papua New Guinea. Mick, please come on stage. We have His Excellency Ambassador Bert Schoffs from the Embassy of Belgium in Colombia. Juan Esteban Orduz, our dearest friend from the chairperson of the World Coffee Producers Forum, and of course, president of Colombia Coffee Federation in New York. And then, well, last but not least, Vanusia Nogueira, our executive director. And finally, we have the opportunity to have with us also Monsieur Gouton is the Secretary General of the Committee for Coordination of Coffee and Cocoa Value Chain and advisor of the International Trade Center, ITC. Monsieur Gouton, please come on stage. Thank you so much. As you see, this is more informal, so we will try to put some questions between Rick and myself and try to stimulate a discussion. We have an interesting keynote. Why don't you go ahead with the first one, which is also linked with this discussion.
Well, first of all, thank you for setting the stage for us, Andrea, with not only the challenges that we face, but with the potential for optimism for what we might accomplish together. So, on that note, our goal today is to really try to understand how the institutional sector and the public sector can provide the impetus for moving forward to the solutions to these problems. So we'll start, sorry, housekeeping issue, but we'll start, I'll pose the first question really to Venusia because it would be appropriate for you. Venusia, as taking over the ICO at this time, in an exceptional moment in time, with an exceptional level of challenges, some completely external to our sector, and with the added challenge of representing the specialty side of the business, which has made a lot of noise for a lot of years. How do you see the ICO's role changing and adapting in light of the experiences of the last 3 years, and how do you see it moving forward into the future?
Obrigada, Rick, pela introdução. E eu gostaria de começar colocando a todos que a missão da OIC, que é uma organização que completará 60 anos no próximo ano, sempre foi trabalhar em direção a apoiar toda a cadeia, todo o setor. E, com isso, durante muitos anos, o trabalho intergovernamental da organização, ele foi suficiente para esse processo. A partir do momento em que tivemos a abertura do mercado, hoje nós trabalhamos num livre mercado para o nosso setor de café, a presença e a participação do setor privado e da sociedade civil, ela foi se tornando cada vez mais importante. Neste exercício que nós estamos fazendo nos últimos 3 anos na Task Force, nós estamos exatamente introduzindo todos esses elementos, todos esses players no processo de discussão para um trabalho conjunto em prol de um setor. No novo Acordo Internacional do Café, que a partir de amanhã começamos a assinar, isso passa a ser incorporado dentro da própria OIC. O setor privado, a sociedade civil, poderá estar como membro dentro da própria OIC, membros afiliados na própria OIC. Isso quer dizer o quê? O nosso reconhecimento que nós seguiremos sendo uma organização intergovernamental, porque políticas públicas são sempre necessárias, mas, se não estivermos todos juntos, não conseguiremos fazer. Não conseguiremos chegar aos nossos objetivos, cumprir com os nossos objetivos. Então, a palavra-chave para mim é parceria. E eu creio que trabalharemos todos juntos, tendo a OIC, que tem tanto os membros importadores quanto os membros exportadores, ou seja, o mundo que produz e o mundo que consome, todos juntos, o nosso principal papel será o papel de buscarmos sempre o consenso em prol da cadeia.
Maybe to His Excellency the Ambassador, to see what is the perspective from the private sector. We have the roles now. So we've been hearing we have to give the microphone, I don't know if you have it. And what is your view representing somehow all the countries that we've been discussing and from the private sector perspective? So, I beg your pardon? Public sector, sorry. Maybe I say private.
Thank you.
We get mixed up here. They're the same.
Don't worry. We work very well together, by the way.
Thank you.
Señoras, señores, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And thank you for having me on this panel to the organization. My name is Bert Schoofs, and since last year I'm the Belgian ambassador here in Colombia. And even if you have good coffee in Belgium, my country is not known as a coffee-producing country. However, Belgium plays an important role in another sector, the world of cocoa and chocolate. And while respecting the specificities of the sectors, I dare to say that the coffee context, in a way, is similar to the cocoa and chocolate context. So it's up to you to analyze which of our experiences in the cocoa and chocolate sector could provide useful insights and lessons for your sector, especially on the role of the public sector. So allow me to give you a very short overview of what the Belgian government, but also all stakeholders, have done the last 5 years. First of all, very short, a few facts and figures about Belgian chocolate and cocoa sector knowing that my country is 40 times smaller than Colombia and that its total population, 11 million, is similar to the population of Bogota. So in pre-COVID time, Belgium yearly imports more than 300,000 tons of cocoa beans, mainly used for the European market. Every year my country produces 700,000 tons of chocolate products. 85% of it is exported mainly to the EU, US and Japan. And the yearly turnover of the chocolate industry in Belgium is about $5 billion. The Belgian chocolate industry relies on approximately 140,000 smallholder cocoa farmers and their families, mainly from West Africa. And aware of the multiple challenges probably similar to your sector, my government took 4 years ago a broad initiative to ensure the sustainable value chains in the cocoa and chocolate sector by launching in December 2018 the Beyond Chocolate Partnership. So all competent authorities, all the stakeholders, including trade unions, civil society and university, officially signed this partnership. The Belgian government chose IDH as a main partner to develop and implement this partnership. So who are these partners now? Currently, over 60 companies and organizations have joined the Beyond Chocolate Partnership, covering about 90% of Belgian chocolate production. And all partners have committed to reaching the Beyond Chocolate goals. The role of the public sector in this initiative is quite clear. First of all, take the initiative. Secondly, create an also legal and political framework. Thirdly, bring all stakeholders together. Fourthly, monitoring the process very closely. And fifthly, giving visibility to the results so the consumers are aware of the engagement of the sector and the commitments in particular. So what are these commitments now? Mainly three. By 2025, all the chocolate produced and sold in Belgium should comply with the relevant certification standard or is covered by a corporate sustainability scheme. Secondly, by 2025, all partners shall comply with applicable agreements of the Cocoa and Forest Initiative. So deforestation due to cocoa growing sector should be ended. 3. By 2030, all partners jointly undertake initiative to ensure that cocoa growers that supply to the Belgian market will earn at least a living income. Now, while reading the content of your London Declaration, it is really interesting to observe similarities on another level, of course, because it's an international initiative. But the role of the public sector is clear. Make these engagements visible also to the consumers, because at the end of the day, it's the consumer who decides to drink coffee or to have a bar of chocolate. A positive development is that there's an increased recognition by the industry to put living income central to the sustainability strategies. And by signing on June 22nd of this year the joint German-Dutch declaration regarding living wage and living income of 2021, the Belgian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Development Cooperation committed themselves to further reinforce the development of sustainable value chains to fight poverty reduction, not only in the cacao sector, but also in other commodities, coffee included. Thank you, and hopefully I was able to give you some food for thought.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to pick up on
Yeah,
that?
I want to step in acknowledging that your time is very limited here. I'd like to direct the next question at you. In your many roles, but principally in your role as a mover within the World Coffee Producers Forum, in 2019, at the time of the signing of the London Declaration, it was very clear the challenges that we faced as a sector were largely twofold: climate change and the economic viability of coffee farming for smallholders around the world. In your view, and in the producers' view in general, is the situation any different 3 years on in terms of where our priorities and our challenges lie within the sector?
Muchas gracias, Ricky. Muchas gracias por invitarme a este panel. Mi nombre es Juan Esteban Orduz, represento a la Federación Nacional de Cafeteros de Colombia en Norteamérica y el Foro Mundial de Productores de Café. En el año 2018, y arranco con una anécdota, a final de 2018, yo Yo estaba en el Cauca es una región al sur de Colombia productora de café. Y me puse a hablar con unas personas que tenían un pequeño negocito de café, uno de los cuales era un guerrillero desmovilizado a las FARC, con el reciente acuerdo de paz. Y me puse a hacerle varias preguntas, nos pusimos a conversar, y le dije, bueno, ¿y usted cómo acabó en la guerrilla? Me dijo, no, mire, yo estaba en mi finquita, vivía con mi familia, mi papá, mi mamá, mi hermana y mi hermano y yo. Y llegó la guerrilla y le dijo a mis padres, le dijo, los niños se van conmigo. Yo tenía 12 años de combatientes. Los niños se van conmigo. Y mi mamá lloraba, mi papá gritaba. Y el comandante del grupo que estaba ahí les dijo a mis padres, me contaba él, vea, los niños se van con nosotros, la pregunta es si ustedes quedan vivos o quedan muertos, porque los niños se van. Ese muchacho, a los 16 años se desmovilizó, 17 años, porque era menor de edad, lo llevaron al Instituto de Bienestar Familiar, que es la entidad del gobierno donde trata a los menores de edad y los tratan de sacar adelante, y después estaba montando un proyecto con otros desmovilizados en café. Y una de las cosas que me dijo en la conversación fue, aunque todavía la gente desconfía de mí y me mira y a veces me insultan y a veces yo encontré, tengo ya un grupo de amigos y tengo una comunidad en la cual me estoy moviendo y estoy produciendo mi café y lo empacamos y lo vendemos, etcétera, etcétera. Y ahí me lleva al primer punto del café. El café es un creador de tejido social. El café no es un producto para que la gente no sea pobre. El café es un creador de tejido social, es un creador de desarrollo, es una herramienta real de prosperidad. En el Foro Mundial de Productores siempre estamos discutiendo el ingreso vital o el living income es suficiente, nosotros creemos que no, como meta. Hay que mirar más allá. ¿Cómo hacemos para crear la estructura para que cada generación esté mejor que la anterior, cultivando café? Y eso requiere que todos los stakeholders, toda la cadena, trabaje conjuntamente. Pero no es un tema simplemente de pobreza, de infraestructura en los municipios, un tema de tejido social y comunidad. Ahora tenemos unos retos muy grandes. Primero, la cadena pues tiene que trabajar en conjunto y como digo yo a veces, es mal negocio que el proveedor de materia prima de uno se muera de hambre. Eso es una mala práctica de negocio. Toda la cadena tiene que asegurarse que el productor de café, que es el punto más vulnerable, pueda prosperar, uno. Pero dos, hoy en día, y quiero retomar un poco lo que decía Andrea Ili, la amenaza del cambio climático es catastrófica. Roberto Vélez nos hablaba de los niveles de lluvia y cómo eso está impactando la producción en Colombia. Eso no es un problema de los productores. Al final del día, el que produce menos café, el que va a tener más hambre, el que tiene menos ingreso y el que va a estar más pobre es el caficultor, cierto. Pero toda la cadena está amenazada y el cambio climático es una amenaza real para todos. Entonces, esa discusión que estamos teniendo y la discusión yo creo que toda la cadena está teniendo, tiene que tener es, a mí no me gustan las expresiones como collective action y esas cosas porque todo el mundo las usa para todo. Pero la realidad es que sí hay que sentarse y hay que trazar unos programas y políticas públicas y privadas y alianzas que permitan enfrentar todas estas amenazas que tiene la cadena. Y repito, a todos los problemas económicos y sociales. Ahora nos enfrentamos el problema del cambio climático y suma un problema más que no es para entrar al debate porque mañana se va a discutir, pero es el tema de cómo hacemos para que digamos, en los países desarrollados una gran preocupación por el tema de cambio climático, el tema de deforestación, etcétera. Pero cómo hacemos para que las regulaciones de los países compradores del café no sean punitivas, castigando a los productores porque no tengan todas las prácticas ambientales necesarias y conduciendo de esa manera a que el productor, en vez de producir un café que no le van a comprar, se ponga, voy a inventar cualquier cosa, pero que tumbe su café, ponga ganado y efectivamente genere un daño ambiental superior. Por eso es muy importante, y retomo lo que decía el embajador, el trabajo público y privado es fundamental, las políticas públicas, la legislación en los países productores naturalmente y en los países consumidores, todas esas legislaciones, por más bien intencionadas que sean, tienen efectos colaterales en la vida de los productores. Esa es la gran discusión que estamos teniendo y por eso yo creo que si algo queda, creo que debe quedar de discusión en el de líderes globales y el foro de CEOs, con la OIC coordinando toda la parte intergubernamental y con todos los gobiernos ahí sentados de ambos lados, es la acción tiene que ser conjunta, tiene que ser razonable, pragmática, con resultados y no con una visión netamente política de mostrar que uno está haciendo una cantidad de cosas, sino realmente que todo el trabajo que se haga del punto A de la A hasta la Z sea beneficioso de la A hasta la Z y no solamente un pedacito y afectando negativamente el resto de la cadena. Gracias.
Thank you. I think let's take advantage of these three elements, what Andrea mentioned and the ambassador now one step. And then maybe I'd like to have two other points of view to comment on this. The question of the climate change is, the risk, but also the opportunity that may be created for the coffee sector, how that is also related to the opportunity for income. Now, living, prosperity, income. These are the elements that we are discussing within the task force. We've been discussing in the ICO and bringing to the attention of everybody, because the advantage we have governments, we have the private sector, we have all the civil society here. So we wanted to see how we can actually move into action. You say collective actions is clear. Individual action, they are not sufficient. Monsieur Gouton, what is your view coming from where you also deal with both coffee and cocoa, so you also have an advantage because you can combine the two.
Merci, M. Patapali. Je voudrais aussi, bien entendu, rappeler que j'ai plusieurs casquettes, parce que je suis le secrétaire général du comité de coordination, mais aussi je suis également le président de l'ACRAM, qui est l'agence principale de promotion des Robusta d'Afrique, et qui, bien entendu, regroupe le secteur privé comme public aussi également, et qui, bien entendu, est préoccupé par la situation que nous connaissons aujourd'hui. J'ai apprécié l'intervention de mon ami Juan Esteban, qui est, comme vous le savez, le président du Forum des pays producteurs de café, et dont Akram est entièrement membre aussi de ce forum. Et nous partageons à plusieurs reprises toutes les préoccupations liées à la production, transformation et consommation du café. Vous avez parlé tout à l'heure du changement climatique. Je voudrais aussi préciser que j'interviens également en partenariat avec le Centre international du commerce, qui est basé à Genève. Et comme vous savez, l'ITC est l'agence conjointe de l'OMC et des Nations Unies. Donc c'est un partenaire assez privilégié dans nos actions que nous menons actuellement. Mais la préoccupation est la suivante. On parle de changement climatique. Je crois qu'il y a deux conférences, on dirait.
Vas-y.
Bon, d'accord. Je vais m'assurer si c'est le cas.
Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé?
Alors, vous savez, nous parlons aujourd'hui de changement climatique. Nous parlons également... Je voudrais m'assurer si c'est nous qui sommes concernés ou bien s'il y a une conférence à côté.
There is a problem. We can hear something else. Hello? There is somebody else speaking. Hello? I don't know what's happening. Some other conference taking over. I don't know. Also nice music, but I think it's not time to dance yet. This comes later, right?
Merci. Bon, maintenant,
vas-y, je crois que
maintenant nous sommes concernés. Bon, j'ai eu un peu peur parce que j'avais cru qu'il y avait deux conférences. Bon, maintenant, comme c'est la seule, c'est bon. Et donc, je reviens encore sur la problématique liée justement au changement climatique.
Excusez-moi. There is still a problem. We can hear somebody else. Hello? I don't know what's happening. Can the technicians try to help us out, please? Por favor. ¿Se puede ayudar que está pasando algo? ¿Sí? ¿Está? Venga. Vas-y.
Bien, merci. Donc, je reviens encore sur la problématique liée au changement climatique. La problématique liée aussi, bien entendu, à tous les impacts que nous connaissons, comment dirais-je, dus à la pandémie. On dit souvent que c'est quand l'homme, enfin l'être humain, pardon, excusez-moi, quand l'être humain est en difficulté, l'être humain est mieux inspiré. Tous ces facteurs ont permis aux uns aux autres de réfléchir autrement à cette problématique dont je viens de parler. On peut considérer que le changement climatique est certainement un avantage pour aller plus loin dans la réflexion en ce qui concerne la sauvegarde de la production et de sa durabilité à travers un certain nombre d'actions que nous devons mener. C'est-à-dire créer cette fois-ci un vrai business du café. Parce que nous parlons production, nous parlons transformation, nous parlons consommation. À chaque fois, nous revenons à la case départ. Et c'est quoi la case départ? C'est la fragilisation à chaque fois du producteur. Et nous ne réfléchissons pas sur comment faire et comment rendre durable l'avenir de ces producteurs. C'est toute une chaîne. Nous avons alors, dans ces conditions, la possibilité d'inverser complètement la situation qui prévaut actuellement. C'est-à-dire transformer l'activité agricole, donc l'activité production café, à travers la diversification de l'activité du producteur, donc pas seulement le café, mais d'autres activités à but lucratif. Puisque nous constatons aujourd'hui que le revenu décent n'est pas sauvegardé. Or, qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire pour préserver ce revenu décent du producteur? Mon ami l'a dit, Juan de Seban, parce que le problème de ce revenu n'est pas sauvegardé ici. Nous avons une production qui est très faible, avec un rendement très faible. Or, nous avons des variétés de café, surtout on voit ça dans le Robusta, qui peut alors résoudre ce problème, comment dirais-je, de changement climatique, puisque plus résistant à ces phénomènes de la nature et pouvant aider à réfléchir autrement la chaîne, comment dirais-je, de valeur du café. Donc, au lieu de parler à chaque fois de tout ce qu'il faut faire pour la consommation, il faut parler d'abord de ce qu'il faut faire pour sauvegarder la production durable et ensuite la transformation et la consommation. Donc, voir comment on peut alors progressivement préparer la relève et intéresser la jeune génération de femmes et d'hommes qui pourront naturellement capter cette solution qui peut rendre durable l'activité. Voilà les différents problèmes que nous devons étudier aujourd'hui, si possible, parce que l'occasion s'est présentée, et que nous ne parlons pas seulement du commerce, de la consommation, mais surtout comment préserver la production durable et le rendement durable aussi également. Puisqu'on parle de la déforestation. La déforestation est liée à un certain nombre d'insuffisances au niveau de la production. Alors, si on règle le problème du revenu décent, on règle tous les autres problèmes naturellement. Alors, c'est en cela que l'ACRAM, avec ses différents partenaires, qui est l'ITC, essaie alors de trouver une solution dynamique, bien entendu, à toutes ces insuffisances. Et avec l'ITC, dont nous sommes vraiment partenaires depuis quelques années, nous avons alors initié un certain nombre de projets. Ces projets sont naturellement financés par, en fait, des programmes ACP, Union européenne, qui disposent en fait des ressources assez substantielles pour permettre, bien entendu, de financer tous ces différents programmes, programmes de formation, programmes de sensibilisation surtout, et programmes de maîtrise de toute la chaîne. Puisque quand on parle de production, il faut parler de la consommation locale. Donc, alors, il faut être suffisamment formé pour mieux transformer, pour privilégier de plus en plus vraiment les habitudes du consommateur local. Nous avons ces insuffisances en Afrique. Okay. Donc, les ressources qui sont disponibles aujourd'hui sont captées pour financer tous ces programmes avec ITC et, comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, ce programme intra-ACP Union européenne. Bien, alors donc, je voudrais remercier ces partenaires-là d'ailleurs pour tout ce qu'ils font actuellement dans ce programme et également chercher encore d'autres acteurs, d'autres partenaires pour pouvoir, en fait, en s'inspirant de ce qu'ils font actuellement avec l'Union européenne et les ACP, voir dans quelle mesure on peut aussi mobiliser d'autres financements. Et c'est en cela que l'OIC doit maintenant se retrouver dans un rôle réel de partenaire privilégié dans la réflexion en ce qui concerne le financement ou la recherche de financement pour ces différents projets, puisque l'OIC a longtemps fonctionné bien entendu, dans la pure administration, et l'avènement de Mme Vanousia, j'espère, pourra permettre justement de réfléchir autrement le fonctionnement maintenant de l'OIC qui doit s'intégrer dans la réflexion de partenariat dont on parle actuellement, comme ce que fait actuellement la CRAM avec l'ITC, et permettre justement de rassurer les uns les autres pour rendre cette fois-ci assez durable l'activité. Merci, voilà ce que je voulais dire.
Merci. Thank you so much. Monsieur Gouton. Can I just one question, because, we have Vanousia. I don't know about the timing for the inauguration. So normally we have finished the time now, but of course we continue. You want to pose a question because to Mick or to?
I think maybe to maximize our time here, Mick, if you would move in the same direction, and then I'll let Andrea take us home. He opened us with an idea, with a concept, and with a good summary, building on the rest of the discussion. We'll let him take us home and we can get folks out to the inauguration. But Mick, the floor is yours.
Yes. Well, thank you very much. The way I see things is maybe slightly different from many other people. I see climate change as just yet another problem that the industry is facing at the moment. And the way I tend to see things is more in a more holistic way. And if we look at the fundamental issue that the coffee industry faces today is the fact that in the producing world, we're moving from a different mode of production to a more intensive mode of production. We're going from labour-intensive production into capital-intensive production. And that transition is going to take a long, long time for us to achieve. It's not going to be done overnight, it's going to take a long, long time, and there will be problems that will arise as a result over time with that. Climate change is maybe accelerating that because we've now got to look at more technological solutions to the problems that we've got at the moment. But let's make no mistake, in that transition there will be casualties. And there will be casualties where small farmers will be forced off their land because they're not efficient. And we've got to look at how we're going to deal with that issue of forcing small, inefficient producers off the land. What alternatives are there? So when we talk about living and prosperous income, we want living and prosperous income for coffee growers, but we also want living and prosperous income for those we're going to displace when we try to increase this efficiency that's got to take place. And I think that's for me, one of the fundamental issues is when we talk about getting younger people into the industry, which is really encouraging, but if you look around the world at the moment, in Africa, and certainly in Papua New Guinea and in other places, young people are not coming into the industry. They're not attracted into the industry. They don't see any future in the industry. Why not? Because they don't see how they've got a future in it. And I think these are the fundamental issues. And the only way we're ever going to tackle that is by including the whole value chain. Everybody's got to be aware of where they are in that value chain. Yes, we're dependent upon the market. Yes, prices will depend upon supply and demand. We won't get away from that. And prices will determine living income, but also efficiency. We always look at prices, but we forget about efficiencies and cost of production. And it's if we can lower the cost of production, then we will get the sort of efficiencies that we need and the cost of the living income that growers need. And I think it's a very complex issue. It's not an easy issue. It's one that's going to take generations to overcome. But what I think we do at our peril is ignore the consequences or the casualties of this process. And I know time's short, so I'm going to literally just end it there and let somebody else take over. Okay.
Thank you. Look, we see different point of view, but two elements maybe that Vanousia, because she comes from the private sector, she has the experience and she knowledge about what's happening, and I think the different visions that we hear now, how we can consolidate, because you will challenge to say, we have to work with the ICO and together with ITC and the other partner. We've seen model the diversification, additional opportunity to increase income for farmers, what is suggested by Andrea. Now, the other vision is different. We have a national initiative who actually inspire what we're doing here, because the Beyond Chocolate was part of what we use as a reference when we developed the task force, and this what we are here. How you think we can put all this together? Because I think everybody's right from different point of view, but I'm sure you're able to put them together.
Bom, Gerardo, eu acho que o grande ponto que nós temos aqui, nós temos sim visões diferentes, perspectivas diferentes, mas um ponto em comum, que é o ponto de que precisamos fazer diferente. Todo mundo reconhece que precisamos mudar a forma de fazer. E talvez não tenhamos uma solução única. Como foi apresentado aqui, temos diferentes perspectivas, diferentes alternativas e que talvez tenham que ser aplicadas em formatos diferentes em cada região, em cada país. O que é comum a todos? Precisa estar claro que veremos cada vez mais e mais o café, a cadeia do café como um negócio, desde o produtor até o consumidor. Precisamos de políticas públicas, precisamos de apoios de todos e devemos estar trabalhando todos em conjunto para termos dados suficientes para fazer todo esse trabalho. O que a Andrea colocou para a gente nos inspira muito em relação a termos dados. Precisamos de dados concretos, confiáveis, da situação de cada local para que possamos verificar o que se aplica em cada situação. O quanto o case Bélgica com chocolates pode ser replicado, talvez, na Suíça com café. Apenas dando um exemplo aqui. Então, isso tudo podemos estar vendo e é o que nós chamamos, dentro da minha formação original, fazermos benchmark. Vamos pegar as inspirações daquilo que se passa em outros locais, em outros produtos, e que possa ser replicado e testado dentro do nosso setor. Um ponto que sempre tenho colocado a todos: não podemos ter medo de testar soluções. Em muitos casos, elas serão bem-sucedidas e poderemos replicar. Em outros casos, a solução, o resultado pode não ser tão bom, mas será sempre algo que trará para a gente uma lição a ser aprendida, até para não repetir, e seguirmos em frente.
Thank you very much. We've been called, just if we can summarize, they're models, there are a lot of examples, and we have to learn, but this process, should continue, cannot be stopped. But at a certain moment, how we can upscale, because I think that's the difficulty. We have a lot of fantastic examples. All of you are here, they have in his own company or his farm or his own country a lot of solutions, but these solutions still are not shared, so we have to work together. Now, I think we have to conclude this, and this is very sad because I think the discussion will continue, but will continue, resume after lunch. We have now been invited by the Federation to go. Natalia, she says she will kill me if I don't bring you there to the inauguration. So I want to survive, and I thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you all.
Just again, thanking our panelists. Really setting the stage. We've got a lot of things to face down here, but I would echo something that's been a common theme. We are one planet, one group of people, one sector. Whatever we do, we'll confront it together. So our challenge today is to really identify how do we confront together these myriad challenges. On a housekeeping side, the inauguration is in the building directly next door. So if you go out the door and turn to your right through the passageway, or if you go out and get coffee from our gracious hosts, come back into the building next to us, and that will be the inauguration. We will resume with lunch in Los Arcos, the restaurant on the 4th floor, at 12:30, and we'll start talking, arm wrestling, shouting at each other, and coming to solutions in here at 1:30. And that's 1:30 American time, which is 1:29 and 30 seconds Swiss time, and is 2:45 Latino America time, but 1:30 if we could. Okay. Thank you again to our panelists. It's been very stimulating.
Okay. Bien, perfecto.
here, lots of good seats in the front of the room. I'm afraid I'm a bit disappointed in all of you. We did not make our commitment to Swiss time. I'm going to call this Italian time. Not quite Tico time, but not quite Swiss time. So, before we resume, just a couple of quick notes. First off, as you noticed this morning, much of our energy was placed around confirming that we've got a problem. We know we've had problems for quite some time. We wanted to look back and say, are our problems more or less the same problems we had before we had that other problem, and all the new problems that have come along. This afternoon, we want to explore some of the ways that we might solve some of those problems, some of the responsibilities that each of us from our various positions in the industry should feel, and how we will address those responsibilities. For those of you who had the opportunity to watch a broadcast from our friends in Switzerland yesterday, here's an example of how one might address their responsibilities in some way in trying to solve some of the problems for coffee. So I'm going to open this session with a message, a video message recorded for us from David Rennie, who is the head of Nestle's coffee brands. And if you caught it yesterday, Nestle revealed their Coffee Nescafé Plan 2030. And if you get a chance to look at this, this is one example of a private sector actor trying to express how they view their responsibilities and some of the solutions they can bring to the sector. I say this because our task is to find those solutions independently and collaboratively from our places in the industry. So, without further ado, David Rennie by video.
Dear ICO members and participants, it's a pleasure to be able to address you all virtually, as unfortunately I'm not able to be with you in person this week. And I leave a message of Nestle's unwavering support and firm commitment to all of the work that the International Coffee Organization is undertaking. As you know, Nestle has been a firm supporter of the ICO Public-Private Task Force from its inception. And we are certain that this forum provides unique opportunities to drive collaborative action across private companies, civil society, and government institutions. We're all working towards a more sustainable coffee sector and better livelihoods for coffee farmers. We support the task force directly with Nestle colleagues' active participation across all of the work streams, through financial support and sponsorship for operational costs, as well as the Living Income Benchmarks Initiative for coffee farmers. I'm delighted that Nestle is represented today by Mr. Antonio Nunes, CEO of Nestle Colombia, and Mr. Santiago Arango, who's Head of Sustainability. Continue to count on our firm support for this task force and our commitment to accelerate together the development and implementation of programs that will benefit coffee farmers. I wish you all a very productive 2 days of fruitful work to keep advancing the coffee agenda, and I look forward to seeing you all very soon. Thank you.
All right, end messaging. Let me now take a moment to introduce the moderators for our next session. It's my pleasure to welcome to the stage Ms. Ruchira Joshi from IDH, and from ICO, her co-moderator, Denis Sirio.
Thank you, Rick. Come on up, Denny. And our first panelist already. I'll ask all my other panelists to please come and join me, and I'll introduce you once we're all up here on stage. So if my panelists could come join me, that would be fantastic. Yes, and we've got 2 mics between us, so we'll have to pass them along. Denny, are you joining us as well? There might be another one on that side. Ah, here's one. Here's one. Great. Well, welcome back, everybody. We've got the daunting task of keeping you all awake after that delicious lunch. Hope you enjoyed it. So as Rick was mentioning, this morning we began to dive into the topic of better incomes being a prerequisite for a future-proof and sustainable coffee supply chain. We looked at the importance of price, cost of production, productivity, and income diversification as drivers of better incomes. However, it is also important to acknowledge the massive disruptive change that coffee and indeed all commodity supply chains have experienced in the past few years. Between the pandemic, war, cost of inputs, and climactic events, the resilience of all sectors has been challenged. The panel will explore how the coffee sector has dealt with these challenges and begin to highlight solutions and indicate where each of these actors can take responsibility in initiating but also scaling solutions. So, in order to help me answer and discuss some of these difficult questions, please join me in welcoming my panelists, Mr. Trishul Mandana, the MD of Vol Cafe, Ambassador Solomon Rutega, Secretary General of the Intra-African Coffee Organization, Mr. Maximiliano Fabian, who probably needs no introduction, but is the Vice President of the ICO and President of Demos, and Mr. René Leon Gomez, Executive Director of Prome Cafe. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. And like I mentioned, we are still translating, so please feel free to make your interventions in Spanish or French. So, Trishul, perhaps coming to you first. Could you offer us your views on the framing question, which is to say, has, and if so, how has the coffee sector dealt with some of this disruptive change? And is there anything in particular that concerns you with the circumstances in which we find ourselves at the moment?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent question. I think it's easy to lull yourself into a sense of confidence today. Clearly the world is a very difficult and a challenging environment with war, with recession, inflation, and many other things that all seem to be going on at the same time. And coffee looks like it's doing okay. But I think what a lot of people have actually forgotten, and forgotten very quickly, is that we've bought time. And the reason I say that we've bought time is because you had a climatic event in Brazil last year. And that effectively, the doubling of price that's created, I think has helped a lot of people in the coffee world manage today's situation. I want to frame that with some sort of a background. Just imagine that if we did not have a climatic event in Brazil and prices were $1, and you now had all of what's going on in the world today, inflation of fertilizer prices, input costs, labor costs, and you then say, okay, what kind of a situation could we have been in? So my point here is that I think we're very lucky in a way, not so maybe so lucky for some of the Brazilian producers who I feel very sorry for, but I think the problem that the world was facing back, let's say 2-3 years ago, has not really gone away. We've just only kicked the can down the road. And so from that perspective, I think we really still have a lot to worry about. What am I worried about? I'm basically seeing prices today that are the highest that we've seen probably in the last 15 years. Differential prices that are the highest that we've seen probably also in the last 15 years. So the average grower, let's just say, is experiencing a price anywhere from $2 to $3 a pound today when you add the differential. And what is very scary is all of the small producers that we, when I say the collective we, including the ICO, are worried about, none of these origins are producing more coffee. In fact, they're producing less coffee. And I think that's something we as a group of people and individuals really need to reflect on, because it's extremely worrying if you have high price and producers aren't producing coffee. And then that's what I think the world needs to really focus on. So in my mind, it's probably what we're experiencing today is the calm before the storm, because there will come a point in time, probably 12 months from today, where Brazil is going to produce a very large crop. And I think that's when the rubber hits the road, so to speak, and we'll all be basically wondering what next and where do we go from here. I've been at the ICO meeting in London. I've talked extensively about the need to diversify origin sourcing. If you ask me, one of the issues that's confronting us at the moment is that you have two sets of producers that are making money at this price and producers that are not. And I think as a world, we need to force ourselves to help the producers that are struggling in today's environment and in last year's, or let's say 2 years ago. And what I see is the issue that's going to come upon us probably 12 months from today. And more on the topic of diversification perhaps later, but I think fundamentally for me that if the ICO, the roasting industry, the trade, and all of the actors in the chain don't make a concerted effort to diversify and support diversify their origin sourcing and support the smaller origin holders, I think we'll be in a pretty dark place probably 24 months from today.
Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Mandana. As provided by the resolution number 465 of the International Coffee Organization, we need to build a more resilient coffee sector, particularly in coffee-producing countries where farmers are exposed to dire living conditions in the time of a massive disruption. As you just said, although world price has recovered from what it used to be when the resolution 465 was approved, knowing that the history of coffee is a history of boom and bust of prices. So, His Excellency, what your organization is doing to make sure that the coffee sector in Africa can be resilient in the situation of massive disruption, as we know, and even with a situation of low prices, please.
Thank you, Dennis, and thank you, everyone. Yeah, the African sector, the production has been going down for the last 20 years. It's really been bad. As IACO, when I assumed this role, our focus is to get coffee adopted as a strategic commodity at the African Union level. It has to be given that sort of visibility for this issue to be addressed. So as IACO, what we're doing as a platform is to get all the 25 coffee producing countries together in terms of the African Union program under the 2063 agriculture agenda. Is coffee should be included as one of those commodities, and that's what we're trying to do so that it's given the attention in terms of the issue of funding. We're trying to mobilize funding to set up an Africa Coffee Facility where we can address the whole value chain of farmers, processors, and of course the issue of value addition. So as IACO, my focus is in 3 areas. One is to mobilize funding, get it under the AU, African Union Agriculture Agenda. 2, we are also working with the Africa Coffee Research Network to mobilize scientists in addressing issue of productivity. We've been, as IACO, we visited Sierra Leone a couple months ago. They have a variety called the coffee stenophila, which is resistant to drought and climate change. So we are looking at those kind of varieties that are able to be resistant and get the scientists to do more research on this variety. That's at the production level. Then at the value addition, other strategy is to increase domestic consumption. Here, I'm looking at the universities, I'm looking at the youth and women in coffee So we're opening up little cafes in universities, in Rwanda, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, Uganda, most of the member states. We're very aggressive, active on opening up many coffee shops to propagate the culture of coffee drinking in Africa. So it is getting everyone on that platform. Uganda is actually a country that has been able to increase production amidst all these disruptions. They've come up with two strategies: a multi-stakeholder approach where the political establishment, together with the civil society, together with the Coffee Authority, are working as one in addressing the issues of sustainability, environment, and economic. So the multi-stakeholder approach is what we're also trying to borrow from the Ugandan experience. The value addition intervention is also being pursued, where we're training a lot of youth in barista training, in roasting, in brewing. So production intervention, value addition intervention, and African Union agriculture agenda, this is where we're going to be focusing on.
Thank you, Ambassador. Turning to my friend René Leon Gomez, how your institution could contribute to build the resilience of coffee farmer stakeholders in this region, in the Prome Cafe member countries?
Thank you, Denise, and I'm going to switch to Spanish.
Yes.
Buenas tardes a todos. Para compartir un poco de cómo desde nuestra región, a través de un programa regional como Prome Café, estamos apoyando al sector. Quisiera destacar en primer lugar la fortaleza que representa el hecho de que el sector cafetalero está organizado. Es decir, tenemos una estructura regional e instituciones a nivel de los países que ya de por sí eso representa una fortaleza para el sector y para hacerle frente a los desafíos. Hablando de los desafíos de los productores, quisiera destacar y compartir la visión que ya han compartido algunos de los colegas, el tema de la rentabilidad y la sostenibilidad. A pesar de que estamos viviendo un momento de aparentes buenos precios, creemos que todavía la sostenibilidad económica del productor de café está seriamente desafiada. Es decir, a la par de los precios se han incrementado los costos de producción y eso mantiene al productor siempre muy limitado. No es el único desafío, hay muchos, y también coincidir con algunas de las visiones que ya han sido compartidas. Necesitamos enfrentar estos desafíos de forma sistemática. Un tema u otro desafío resuelto no resolvería la problemática en su conjunto. Nos gusta mucho la metodología de ingreso próspero como una metodología para analizar la problemática, para identificar la brecha y para poder, con base a esta metodología, avanzar en torno a la sostenibilidad. Quisiera destacar que dentro de ese esfuerzo de acortar la brecha, prevemos acciones nacionales, regionales e internacionales. Y en ese sentido destacar que en el ámbito nacional ya los países productores están haciendo un serio esfuerzo para tratar de salir adelante. Temas como investigación aplicada con tecnología de manejo de bajo costo para producir café, la bioeconomía o la agricultura circular como un mecanismo para aprovechar todos los subproductos, la promoción del consumo interno, esfuerzos de mejoramiento genético en el ámbito regional son parte del trabajo que ya los productores, el sector cafetalero en los países productores está haciendo, tratando de generar resiliencia para nuestros productores. Y quiero hablar un poquito de la resiliencia, porque a veces damos por un hecho que nuestra cadena de valor está siendo resiliente. Pero habría que preguntarnos cómo es que los pequeños productores o por qué se mantienen aparentemente resilientes. ¿Es realmente una resiliencia que la hemos creado, que les hemos dado buenas condiciones? ¿O es una resiliencia que está de forma negativa consumiendo y depredando sus reservas? Entonces, esa es una pregunta o un tema para pensarlo un poco más. Para cerrar, Denise, quizás pensando un poco hacia el futuro, las oportunidades que vemos para trabajar más adelante, creemos que hay un papel muy importante de actores fuera de los países productores. Todos los actores que participan internacionalmente. Creo que debemos de evitar que el peso caiga únicamente en los productores de café y que todos compartamos esa responsabilidad de la sostenibilidad. Romper límites, buscar romper paradigmas, buscando nuevos mercados, nuevos usos, nuevas aplicaciones para el café, quizás es un camino, el reconocimiento por servicios ambientales, valor agregado en los países productores, son parte de las cosas que vemos hacia el futuro y que requieren de esa participación público-privado, el acompañamiento de todos los actores para generar políticas y condiciones habilitantes que puedan generar esa fortaleza en el pilar de nuestra industria que son los productores de café. Por ahí me quedo. Gracias.
Thank you, Renee, for that intervention. So what I'm beginning to hear is that we're already moving into the space of solutions. I hear that we need to tackle some of these challenges to resilience at a production level and also at a market level, underpinned with sustainable financing mechanisms and also the importance of a multi-stakeholder approach or a public-private approach or pre-competitive collaboration. Max, if I could come to you next. Where in that mix of potential interventions do you see ICO's role and responsibility, and where do you see others' roles and responsibilities?
Well, I was just listening what my predecessor just said, and I am in an important country. I live in Trieste, and I have a small company, but the problems are not much different. Sustainability was never such an important issue for a small company like ours, and we are living in a global world that is moving to reshoring, but these 2 points of view are just 2 points of view that you have to both look at. And in medio stat virtus, the Latin said, so you need to balance the two ways and to look at how a global sustainable world can be. And on my side, I have to be sustainable in my company. So it's two very different point of views that need to be harmonized. And to harmonize these 2 point of views, which are not different, because I'm talking of an industry, an important country, but we have very similar problems that also in the producing countries are. We are facing a terrific increase in energetic prices that is seriously putting in discussion our industry. And this problem is spread up to producing countries. It's not much different, even though there are differences, So I can't see any other way out than pushing towards a public-private cooperation and an exporting and importing countries cooperation if I look to the coffee sector. We need to work together because we have common problems. And we need to understand what the common problems are, the most urgent are, and prioritize where do we need to start working. We need to be concrete. We cannot face everything. We need to choose what we want to work first and pursue it, put our resources there. This morning we have heard Andrea. He cited climate change as a problem, as an opportunity to work on. On the other hand side, Mick had a more holistic approach, but both are right. You need to look at everything. You have to choose what is more urgent, put your investments there and work on it. I do it in my small company, on my small level, but it's not different from what you need to do on a more globalized level.
Thank you. Mr. Mandana, what do you think about the resilience of a coffee farmer we are talking about? Do you think that a coffee farmer can be resilient? What are your suggestions in terms of strategy to make this sector, mainly the supply for you, for your company, make this supply last longer?
I think there's multiple answers to that. Number one, I think education of the farmer from the point of view of how to produce better coffee and higher yields is paramount. So as Volcafe, we run a program called Volcafe Way, which is pretty much really aimed at educating the farmer in terms of not just sustainability, but how to actually make him economically sustainable. And at the core of it is training and teaching the farmer how to produce a better coffee using better agronomic practices to basically reach higher yields. So that's one angle that certainly as a private company that we're doing, but governments, a lot. If you look at basically some of the governments, I'm going to use the FNC here, I think they do an amazing job. But when I look at a lot of producing countries, there's some that do a good job, some of them I don't think do a good enough job. So training of the farmers, I think, is one way to make them resilient. The second, I think, is giving that farmer a fair chance to have a regular piece of demand for his coffee. And how do you achieve that? Again, I want to quote the example of the FNC here, where over time they've managed to secure what I would call is a hard and difficult to replace demand. And I'm going to use primarily, let's say, the United States and Japan is where that coffee is highly appreciated. It didn't happen by accident. It happened because there was a concerted effort to place it in people's and roasters' mind at a premium sort of a position. Clearly, you need to produce a good coffee to start with. So I would say the second way to make the farmer resilient is to really give him a leg up by using either government bodies or organizations, let's say coffee boards in local countries, to help the farmer place this coffee in a premium category or something that will fetch a premium. That a lot of governments, I think, and coffee boards can do a much better job of. And then the third, which is important in my mind, you can create that premium product, you can teach them how to produce coffee better, but then you also got to create demand for that coffee. And I think there the roasters of the industry have a huge role to play. And that role, in my mind, is to force the industry, or for the industry to force themselves, to diversify away from just buying the cheapest source of supply. So they need to force themselves to actually spread their purchases, in other words, diversify which origins that they're consistently buying from. It's good in 2 or 3 different ways. Number one, when you bring in what I would call natural demand for these fringe origins, that basically increases the premium for those coffees because the roaster is making a very conscious effort to do that. That, of course, then flows back to the farmer, so it helps the farmer eventually be resilient because he's getting a more consistent price. The second, it is helping the roaster de-risk their own supply chains because imagine that you source from only 2 or 3 countries and then you had a frost or a drought or a supply chain issue or freight issues. That's bad business for the roaster themselves. So I think from that particular perspective, forcing the roaster to diversify, and what I would basically call upon the industry to do, in a way, is the industry pushes for a lot of transparency in terms of where the coffee is coming from, what sustainable practices on the farm, what are you doing for carbon emissions, etc. But I would call upon the industry to say, look, show us some transparency. We can't ask for price transparency because it's a very challenging topic from the point of view of antitrust. But what you certainly can ask is tell us where you're buying your coffee from. Because I think that when industry is forced to, obliged to, or cooperates to publish where they're purchasing coffee from, it is going to engender a difference in behavior. And that difference in behavior is going to be beneficial for the smaller producers. That's also going to help them be resilient in my mind. And that, I think, is something that the ICO in particular, let's say if the ICO persuades the CEOs of coffee companies worldwide to say, look, show us and give us transparency as to where you're buying coffee from. That, I think, is going to be the biggest help the smallest producer is going to get.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trishul. In the interest of time, but also to involve all of you in the conversation, we will now move to the next section of the agenda, where we're going to look at some case studies which offer an example and demonstrate how different actors are implementing some of these suggestions in real life and enhancing the resilience of farmers. So before I hand back to Rick to do the housekeeping, please join me in thanking my panel and my co-moderator, Denny, and we look forward to continuing the conversation with all of you. Rick?
Thank you to our panelists. So, thank you. So what we want to do next here is we want to take a look at what can be done. And you know, this is a frustrating moment in time where we recognize we've got problems, we recognize some of the ways to get to a solution, and we want to see what is possible, not only what needs to be done, but what has been done. So, I'm going to bring on Mr. Wolfgang Weinmann to introduce the next concept, which are case studies of what might be done.
Thanks a lot, Rick. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Wolfgang Weinmann. I'm the ICO Task Force Coordinator. I know energy levels are down. Could you just pop up the next slide so I can, show you all the different case studies that you are now able, to choose according to interest to attend for the next about half an hour, 40 minutes. The first one is in the press room, so you go outside and then to your right to the other building up on the second floor, which we have the Amsterdam Declarations Partnership presented by Leontine Grisson from the Dutch Embassy here in Bogota. Yeah, the same building we had, the lunch. Just not on the 4th floor. Don't take the lift. Take the staircase on the 2nd floor, exactly, to the press room. But there are also, edecanes who will, guide you and support you. So that's about the Amsterdam Declarations Partnership, which you might not heard about. It's an initiative by different European governments, to really look into sustainability issue of different commodities and supply chains. Next one, please. So there are 3. Here in the same room, we have the pleasure to welcome Kelly Goodidjon, the Vice President of Global Coffee Sustainability and Education of Starbucks, who will share from Starbucks' perspective what they have been doing in the sustainability work over the last years since we started the task force. That will happen in this room. So everyone who would like to listen to Kelly, please stay. And the last one will be on the EU cocoa talk. So again, looking a little bit further from our coffee sector to a very, parallel commodity, cocoa. We have Sultan Agai from EU INPA, the International Partnership Unit there, to explain a little bit what the EU has been doing in terms of getting governments, private sector, civil society engaged, in a partnership around cocoa in West Africa. So again, something to, learn from another sector. So that's in room 2, also where we had lunch on the 2nd floor, almost next to the press room. So please choose now your, case study of your choice and go over to the other building or stay here in room 5A. Then you will have afterwards a short coffee break. And then we should reconvene here because we're running a little bit late at 3:15. 3:15, we're all then back in this room 5A for a discussion on both public sector will have a space and the companies, the different companies of the task force and for the forum will have also a separate session. But we reconvene at 3:15 here. And so please, choose your case study and please move over to the other building and the other ones stay here, please. Thanks a lot.
If you were very keen to hear about the Amsterdam Declaration Partnership or the EU Cocoa Talks, this would be your cue to leave and join the other two rooms. Here we're going to be with Kelly from Starbucks discussing their initiatives. So last chance for anyone interested in the Amsterdam Declaration Partnership or EU Cocoa Talks. And then I'm going to be really strict and get people in the back of the room who are still having conversations to please stop their conversations. Thank you. Okay. Kelly, if you're ready, whenever, we're good to go.
So maybe I'll make one last call. If you want to join one of the other two sessions, I'll be beginning shortly. So just a heads up. Great. It is a pleasure to be with you today. Thank you to the ICO for inviting Starbucks to share a little bit about what we're doing. My name is Kelly Goody-John. I work for Starbucks. I'm our Vice President of Coffee Education, Engagement, and Sustainability. I've been with Starbucks for almost 17 years, and it's a real pleasure to be here. If you could go back on the slide, please. Thank you. I think most of you are familiar with Starbucks, but we just celebrated our 51st year in business. We started in 1971, and we have a mission that is very unique and grounded in our company, and that is to inspire and nurture the human spirit, one person, one cup, and one community at a time. And we really take that to heart in everything we do, and that extends into coffee. We're a little bit different than a typical roaster in that we're also a retailer, and we have over 35,000 stores around the world. And we have over 400,000 partners. We call our employees partners. And so 400,000 partners around the world who wear the green apron, who are serving coffee to our customers each and every day, representing the origins, the beautiful coffee origins that you all are a part of. To that point, we source from over 30 countries. We're very proud of that. We're very proud of origin diversity. It's an important part of our strategy. So as I think about the words that Trishul just shared with us, that is deeply embedded into our purpose and our core function. Each year we source around 6 million bags. We're not the biggest and we're not the smallest. And I hope that a little bit of what I shared today is useful. And to be honest, I'm more interested in hearing what you all have to say. So I'm going to keep my remarks short, so that I can also hear what you all are doing, because there's so much great things happening in the coffee industry, and I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to learn together and to move together. And so we're all here because we want to ensure a sustainable future of coffee, and for us that's no different. So in my quick time, I'm going to focus on 3 areas of challenges that have faced the coffee industry, and a little bit of what we've done in our small and humble way to be additive. Next slide, please. So the 3 areas that I'll focus on, one is price volatility, the second is crop volatility, and the third is the imperative to ensure that we have strong farmer resilience. So let's start with price volatility. We, in this room, we're all aware that coffee market is very volatile. There's fundamental issues, supply and demand, weather, and then there's non-fundamental issues that really have a strong impact on the market dynamics. We are always looking for ways to try and smooth the volatility in the coffee supply chain. And so I'm going to back up a little bit and talk about a program we put in place over 20 years ago and what that has allowed us to do today. The cornerstone of our sustainability program is grounded in CAFE practices, coffee and farmer equity. We developed this over 20 years ago in partnership with Conservation International as a way to promote sustainable agricultural practices that were good for people and the planet, improving quality, having economic transparency, and rewarding farmers who were participating in that program with financial premiums and support. This program's been in existence for over 20 years. And as a result, because we are only buying high quality coffee, Arabica coffee, we know the farmers in our supply chain, we're able to differentiate and incentivize CAFE practices supply chains. So from a little bit about our buying philosophy that helps support, shorthand answer is I do see a potential for these interventions to scale and to be used in other applicabilities.
Thanks. I see a question at the back of the room, the lady there, and then I'll come to the lady in front, and then the gentleman at the back. So the lady at the back first, please. Or maybe the lady and gentleman are one party, I'm not sure. Yes, go ahead. The two of you there, yeah, go ahead.
Obrigado. Silas Brasileiro, Brasil. Kelly, por gentileza, quando você refere à transparência que vai ser colocada no rótulo, eu quero saber se você está colocando a origem ou se está colocando o blend. Para nós, a origem é fundamental, porque aí se identifica de onde veio o café. Mas o blend é um segredo da indústria, de quem está produzindo. A mistura que ele faz, achamos que não pode ser realmente publicada, porque está mostrando como efetivamente ele está produzindo o seu café. Então, gostaria de saber qual é a transparência que está sendo referida com relação à exposição feita. Muito grato.
Thank you for the question. So when I say transparency, what we show to the customer is higher level. So if it's a bag of coffee that has a blend, it will show roughly the percentage of what coffee comes from Colombia, what coffee percent comes from Brazil, what percent of coffee is from Ethiopia, in whatever blend it may be. So you will see that. And then you can dive deeper into each origin to understand what partnerships we might have in place, what activities we have in place, and more about the coffee culture. Behind the scenes, of course, we have the proprietary information of much more detailed specified recipe information. But for the consumer level, we are giving them percentages at a country origin level of what components go into that bag.
Thanks, Kelly. I hope that answers your question, sir. Then coming to this lady in the front here, go ahead.
Hello, I'm getting close to my microphone. Monica Furl, I'm the Global Coffee Manager for Fair Trade International. Prior to that, I also was a manager of quality control and buying and sustainability. And over the 20-something years working in coffee, I've seen this consistent move towards decommodification. So I wanted to follow up a bit with Stephanie. But maybe this is the elephant in the room. I feel like all of these years, the specialty coffee industry has done everything possible to distinguish ourselves from the commodities coffee. Starbucks, I think, played an incredible role in helping people in the United States understand that coffee is not a bottomless cup, that actually it has an intrinsic value, that we have to actually pay for it. But when I hear you say that Emergency Relief Fund is covering issues of price volatility, it makes me extremely nervous when I think about everything facing farmers, whether it's climate change or it's COVID or it's flooding, it's frost. And so the one thing I feel like we could de-risk is pricing. but for some reason, price is the only element in coffee that we seem unwilling to decouple with commodities pricing mechanisms. And I don't know why that is. It's, you know, there is an intrinsic value to this product, but why can't we move forward with that?
It's a great question, and I would just say, I think for us it's an evolution. We don't have a one-size-fits-all buying approach around the world. Every country is different, every, you know, region is different. And I think the philosophy that I'm trying to underscore is we want to ensure predictability and de-risk from a price standpoint. And so our buying team is doing a lot of thinking and innovation and evolving. You know, some of the obvious things like longer term contracts, price to be fixed contracts, like those are things that are helping us move in that direction. And we're seeing a good result of that. But
maybe just to follow up, I'm not trying to put that on Starbucks' shoulders, but rather as an important actor in the industry, how can we bring the industry together to move towards a healthier approach to pricing?
Well, and that's where I have such great, I find such great promise in what the ICO is doing by even convening and having these conversations. There's a point at which you have to stop, you know, like certain levels of pricing, but of course, but the intent of sharing and what we're doing and learning from one another, I think that will move us forward.
Thank you.
And just to add, I think you'll know this well from your work at Fairtrade, that issue is not unique to coffee as a commodity, right? We struggle with that across a number of different commodity supply chains. And I think what has changed, in my view, over the years is the willingness of actors to talk about price as a driver towards income and a critical driver. If I reflect on the work that's happening in the cocoa sector, the governments of Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana are specifically discussing, and have been for some time, both a living income differential mechanism and now a new initiative called the Economic Pact, which takes the idea of price into their hands. So I think there's lots we can learn from other commodity sectors as well, and we're not alone in maybe shying away from it historically, but it's fantastic that the conversation is now happening and that there are concrete examples of how this works in reality. Any other questions from the audience or reflections? Yes, sir, here in the front.
Sim. João Matos, Brasil. Please, yes. João Matos, Brasil, CLAC Fairtrade. É interessante vendo sua apresentação, Kelly, porque como parceiros comerciais de vocês, nos últimos anos, a Starbucks contribuiu com os produtores, somente em prêmio Fairtrade, esse ano completa 100 milhões, certo, de prêmio pago nesses últimos anos, de investimento na cadeia, certo? E mais do que isso, na hora que você põe, e eu creio que foi super importante, na crise de preços, né, o fundo que vocês aplicaram aos vários produtores foi algo fantástico. Além disso, desses dois, mesmo que pequeno Fairtrade dentro da Starbucks, o preço mínimo que a gente tem durante anos de preços muito baixos, hoje está uma situação atípica, vamos pôr assim, no mercado, mas esse preço mínimo que vocês sempre respeitaram foi uma base para manter esses produtores, né, para estarem prontos agora para estarem aí aproveitando um pouco desse preço um pouco melhor. Minha pergunta é o seguinte: qual vai ser, ou se a Starbucks tem uma estratégia de longo prazo, quando a gente sai de uma situação de preços tão bons e volta provavelmente para preços mais baixos, certo? Qual é a estratégia da Starbucks para manter esses produtores também num nível de vida mínimo decente? Certo? Se tem já algum pensamento mais a longo prazo. Obrigado.
Thank you for the question first, and thanks for all the work that you and your organization does. Absolutely, we have a strategy, and it's one that has been forming and evolving from the learnings over the last 20 years. Thanks to our relationship with industry leaders like Sustainable Food Lab and others, we're looking at how do we evolve both our approach to living income, prosperous income, through our buying approach, through our broader holistic strategy. And so absolutely we have a strategy, and price is an important piece of it, and it's one piece of our pillar.
And I think if I can add to that as well, what's important is the kinds of principles that are discussed with partners like the Sustainable Food Lab and IDH through approaches such as the Living Income Community of Practice or the Living Income Roadmap. It's those principles of how to approach price and procurement that are the most important, rather than the specific strategy being deployed, right? And what I hear from the Starbucks presentation, but also from other commodities that are part of the IDH Living Income Roadmap and the LICOP, is that those principles are now getting greater and greater traction. So I hope that helps to add to the answer as well. I see a hand there in the back, sir. The floor is yours.
Merci, c'est Emmanuel du Burundi. J'ai suivi avec attention votre exposé et c'est très intéressant. Vous avez dit que lorsque les prix chutent, vous essayez de suivre l'impact au niveau des caféiculteurs que vous accompagnez. On aimerait savoir quelle stratégie utiliser, parce que dans certains pays probablement, les petits caféiculteurs ne sont pas réellement bien traités. Souvent, le café est vendu par des intermédiaires. N'y a-t-il pas l'inquiétude que la prime que vous octroyez pour que vous puissiez élever le revenu des caféiculteurs en cas de chute de prix ne soit pas bénéfique réellement pour le caféiculteur, le petit caféiculteur là-bas? L'autre question, c'est lié aux différents paramètres qui pourraient influencer les coûts de production, qui varient d'une région à l'autre. Comment est-ce que votre organisation Starbucks suive de près ces différentes charges pour que réellement vous puissiez contribuer à sa juste valeur, le manque à gagner qu'a connu le caféiculteur? Merci.
Great, thank you for the questions. So the first question was around intermediaries and when the cost went below the cost of production. With the emergency relief, so to back up, with CAFE practices, one of the pillars of CAFE practices is economic transparency. And so with our suppliers, it's part of our contractual terms that we have economic transparency for all of our purchases. That in turn gives us the visibility and the line of sight into the economic dynamics happening in the supply chain. With the Emergency Relief Fund, that money went directly to farmers. None of that went to our suppliers. Our suppliers were great partners to us in helping us distribute and understand how to get that done. But because of the economic transparency, we were able to get direct payment to farmers after the harvest season.
First one, and the second one was different contexts have different reasons for price volatility. How does Starbucks ensure that you're targeting your interventions, and how do you have the relevant information to target your interventions?
Yeah, and as far as where we support producers, it's a very important part of our strategy that we're not gearing support for one country or another, that it's a broad holistic support model, and we will dial up support in areas that need it more. A great example is the tree donation program in Central America. So following the significance of La Roya, we made the determination of Starbucks was going to commit to paying for and getting trees into the hands of farmers in Central America, 150 million trees, and that's also in Colombia as well. There's other things that we will do to take on the burden of the cost. Last year in the pandemic, we initiated over 55,000 soil samples, many of those in Africa, to help support farmers to understand the soil needs and composition, the foliar analysis, so that we could then work with fertilizer companies to get the right formula that was more sustainable as well as more efficient, so it would reduce farmers' overall cost. We've also provided over 1,300 eco-mills throughout, I think, 22 countries in order to reduce the amount of water that's being used and being taken away from local communities. So these are just a couple of the examples of the investments that we are willing to make as a company to support the health of coffee communities.
Thanks, Kelly. I do want to give all of you a break, so I think we'll call it a close there. But a really interesting point to close on, something to carry on discussing over your next coffee, which is even with all the efforts that different actors in the supply chain and associated to the supply chain are making, how do we ensure that the money actually lands in the pocket of the farmer or the worker and delivers the impact that we all want to see? So on that note, please join me in thanking Kelly and Starbucks for their presentation, and we'll see you back at 3:15, I think it was. So thanks everyone for your participation.
want to sit down? I think we can sit down. Yeah. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Por favor. Okay. I think we are getting ready. At this moment, what was foreseen in the program is that we had these breakup sessions, and I think we just want to give a very brief summary of the key highlights of these panels. And we have Rick, there was one on the breakup room here where you have the presentation from Starbucks, and while I was with the other group on the presentation from Zoltan from the European Union on the coffee talk. So maybe we just give you a brief overview. After that, we have, maybe you can introduce the next step as well. So I don't know how many of you were in this group. With regard to the coffee talk, I think it was very interesting, and we'd like to thank Zoltan from the European Commission for sharing the work done on a similar platform than the ICO task force, but there were many similarities with a lot of differences between coffee and cocoa and how this public-private cooperation and partnership was developed. There were three things that I just can summarize. Well, first of all, the difference is that there was a supply-driven initiative, not all the way around, because the structure of the production and the market is different. There are three countries, that is Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, and Cameroon. They have the large majority of the production of cocoa, so they have a stronger market position. And at the same time, the manufacturers of chocolate also, this is a very aggregated, a limited number of major global actors. This was one of the points. The second point is because of these conditions and reputational issues, both the governments of these three major producing countries, they wanted to fix a price, and around that, there is a living income price for cocoa producers. But at the same time, industry responded with interest to this proposal. The third element was that the European Commission, where of course they are major buyers of cocoa for processing and for their consumers, took the lead in bringing these actors together. So while in this our process was the ICO, the members of the ICO, that was driven by the EU. But of course, these were the key elements, and then there was quite an interesting discussion to see how the different models work, what are the next step, how that is related also to the internal process of Cote d'Ivoire, for example, of those countries with regard to defining sustainability standards, what African sustainability standards, and looking into deforestation and child labor, who were, compared to coffee, I think was quite clear, were much more important with regard to the production and manufacturing of cocoa. Zoltan, I don't know if you want to add anything on that. You sure? You have the floor. You want to add? So this is the summary of the discussion. I believe was important element to see not only the coffee sector per se, but other commodities, how to deal with the same kind of issues. And I give the floor to Rick.
Thank you, Gerardo. So the vast majority of you stayed here and got to enjoy Kelly's presentation. So first off, I'd like to thank Kelly for the clarity and brevity of the presentation and her clear and distinct responses to questions. I would make a very brief and inadequate summary of saying that Starbucks demonstrated an approach by a private sector actor to taking on their slice of responsibility by managing their strategy of managing their value chain. And the three strategic pillars of that were to address price volatility, to address crop volatility, and to address farmer resilience. And Kelly was kind enough to outline the wide variety of projects they have in each of those distinctive strategic areas. Some of them that are very, I think, forward-looking and quite unique and innovative. The distribution of trees, the second payments during price crisis scenarios. I think those are quite unusual things. Their commitment to farmer centers in doing basic research and development of new varieties in the crop resilience side, or the crop volatility side, and then their overall approach in farmer resilience of combining all of these aspects into trying to build a community of farmers who they know, who they recognize, who they continue to work with, and who they seek to have long-term relationships with. This is an approach that is a relatively holistic approach from a single private sector actor within the sector. And first off, I commend Kelly for the presentation, and I commend Starbucks for the commitment to that. So where we want to go from here is to try to understand, again, what are the responsibilities independently, as independent actors, and what are our responsibilities and our possibilities jointly. So the move from here is to break up into two groups, and we would ask the following. If you are a pure private sector actor, if you are a company active in the space, then you would go with Gerardo and I into a very small closed session with other private sector actors. If you are a public sector actor, if you are a national delegation, if you are an NGO, a civil society member, or a farmer network representative, we would ask that you stay in this room, and you will have a session that's highly facilitated by Stephanie Daniels and her team, and you'll have a conversation in which you can say all the terrible things about the private sector you want to say, and they won't be able to hear you. And we, as the private sector actors, will do our very best to try to come to grips with our responsibilities and, more importantly, our possibilities for driving change. At the end of that, we'll reconvene and see if we can't make something happen. So is that clear? If you're a pure private sector actor, you're going with us. If you are NGO, civil society, delegation, public sector, producer network, you get to stay in this room and be led through an interesting exercise with Stephanie.
Wolfgang.
Niels. Leontine, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, here, I'll hand you this, and I'll go stand towards the back of the room so I can lead the charge away. Thank you, and my apologies.
No, that's okay. Thank you, good afternoon. My name is Leontine Cresson. I work as the Agricultural Counselor for the Netherlands at the Embassy here in Colombia, also for Peru and Ecuador. So I work with the Ministry of Agriculture, Nature and Food Quality back home in the Netherlands. I just wanted to give you a short feedback for those of you who have not been present at the ADP group. I explained a little bit about the Amsterdam Declarations partnership, and I had a good conversation with its secretary, Peter de Koning, yesterday. Of course, I'm not an expert, but as the Netherlands is holding the presidency, periodic presidency now of the Amsterdam Declaration Partnership, I was invited to tell us something about this in one of the breakout groups, and I would like to shortly give you a bit of an overview of what we have discussed in our small, very interesting group. We discussed how the ADP is organized. I will, through Wolfgang, try to send you the short 4-slide presentation I've given on the ADP. It's a country-led initiative which tries to enhance collaboration, facilitates processes, and tries to enable conditions with regards to deforestation-free value chains. Consists of 7 European, it's 8 already, European countries. but I won't bother you with those details. We got into a discussion about the, well, maybe the elephant in the room, I'm not sure, but it's the new EU regulation on deforestation-free agro-commodity trade, of course. Very interesting and very important subject. And what we found from our different participants was obviously the wish for producers to be included and engaged, as well as educated on those new developments, which obviously are not only going on in the European Union or in Europe, but also in the US, for instance. And I think this is a very important point, obviously. And ADP, as a group that informally works together, actually, but has a lot of leverage also when it comes, for instance, to knowledge or financing, would be a possible, I would say, instrument also for producer countries to engage with in dialogue with local governments, with stakeholders throughout the value chain. So I would definitely invite you to also engage with the Amsterdam Declaration Partnership. They're very willing to do so. And an intergovernmental dialogue, obviously, is also very much appreciated about these new developments. And taking on board differences between producing countries, because not all coffee producing countries obviously are the same. So that would also be a suggestion from our group. So tailor it specifically to a particular sector and where possible to a particular production area or production country. We also found that the development of public policies is key, and I see Wolfgang saying, please, keep it short. Absorption capacity obviously is sometimes quite difficult in the sector, but yeah, there must be focused support in particular to be able to implement these types of new regulations. So there is no blueprint, and I would also take up the suggestion from our group that the coffee sector itself is able to propose suggestions or ideas on how to manage these types of new developments. It is very important to actually be very proactive in this regard, and we would all happily invite you to do so with your respective governments, also with your stakeholder groups. So thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thanks a lot, Leontine. And let's see if that works here. Parallel session. So please, Stephanie Daniels from Sustainable Food Lab, as was already introduced. Can we go back, please? Doesn't work. Anyway, as if no. There are now the two separate sessions. Please, the private sector goes with Rick and Gerardo. Follow, please, them to the room where you will have the discussion until 4:45. The delegates of the ICO, the public sector, producer networks, civil society, NGOs, please stay here. And Stephanie and I will, facilitate the next hour with you in terms of, we are not in the case study.
Yes, the private sector goes with Gerardo and Rick, and we'll be back at 4:30.
No funciona. Yeah, pero I'm going forward and it doesn't go forward. Oh, yeah. No, yes, sir. Yeah, here we are. I'm not. So, has everyone settled in? And we are here now, the bigger group, of course. And maybe I hand over to Stephanie just to explain a little bit procedures. And I hope there's the other slide deck than the one with the blue background. Can you pop that up. No, that's not that one.
Okay, well, maybe
Well-
we just go ahead and start if we don't have that slide on the closed public sector session. No? Okay, so welcome everyone. I am Stephanie Daniels with the Sustainable Food Lab. We work to support the ICO Public-Private Task Force in Technical Workstream 1 on living prosperous income. And we have a really wonderful engaged group of country delegations, companies, and NGO observer organizations. What we want to do today is not a presentation session, but this will be a session for you all as public sector leaders, as leaders of nonprofit organizations that are engaged in the task force, and I think we also have some producer network leaders here today, is to talk together around two things. What do you have on the top of your mind as the priorities that the task force should be working on in the coming years around the challenge of closing the gap to a prosperous income for producers around the world? What are your priorities, and specifically from the regions that you work in and that you know best? So the specific priorities, whether it be working on land tenure, whether we're working on the rising, exploding costs of fertilizer, et cetera. And then we're going to break into regional groups to actually have small group discussions in this room. So while we're in plenary, we have simultaneous translation, but then we want to break into monolingual groups by region and talk about possible commitments that all of our organizations or country delegations could bring in to the task force to make the work on those priorities successful in the coming years.
So thanks, Stephanie. I think you went through the agenda. Of course, it will be a little bit shortened because we have less time than originally allocated. So it is very much to break up and have conversations and not just information download. I just wanted to give a very brief update or more the history of the task force, because some of you might not have all the details. Why was the task force set up a couple of years ago? It was because of the economic unsustainability, of course, for coffee farming. So that's at the heart, but of course social unsustainability and environmental unsustainability are also part of the problem and have to be taken into consideration. The task force was set up then properly in 2020. Private sector and governments at an equal level in the task force decided together a roadmap to really identify where we want to get up, what's our vision, and which is a sustainable and prosperous future for coffee producers and the sector as a whole. But then to really line out, well, how do we get there? And that was then jointly developed in so-called technical work streams on living and prosperous income, on market transparency, on the enabling environment, meaning policy and institutions, and resilient coffee landscapes. And so that's the really underlying work that is happening. And again, there are different details about the objectives of this work stream. And of course, because today's event, we want to connect again to the living and prosperous income agenda that was clearly outlined in the London Declaration and in different ICO resolutions. So it is about closing the gap, of course, as a first stepping stone on living income, and then towards prosperity for farmers and the sector as a whole. So just as a recap about what the task force is all about and what's the journey ahead. So over to you again, Stephanie.
Thanks, Wolfgang. So I just want to, before we break into groups, want to give you all an opportunity now to raise your hand. You all have microphones on your table. You just need to press the button. Are there things burning now that you know is a priority for your region around the topic of economic resiliency and living prosperous income that the task force should be prioritizing? We'd just like to hear a couple of voices in the room before we break up. Is anyone brave enough to start? Okay, in the front here. If you could introduce yourselves as well as you speak.
Sure. Monica Furl, Global Coffee Manager for Fair Trade International,
And I would just throw out the word resiliency, and whether we want to talk about that as environmental, economic, social. It's in this context of prosperous in living incomes, just one storm or just one dip in the market, or there's just one thing every single day that can rock that income. So, how do we build more foolproof, buffered systems across the board?
Okay, to really future-proof the coffee sector against all of the challenges, whether it be climate, market volatility. Okay, other thoughts? And I would encourage you to be specific, whether it be better dialogue with the private sector on price, whether it be better coordinated breeding programs, et cetera. Other priorities that get at this. I think really economic resilience is what we're talking about, but to Monica's point, has to be holistic.
No volunteers, otherwise we would just select some participants. That always works. So probably, yes, Santiago, please.
Buenas tardes. Luis Herrera, representante de los productores de café de México. Además, soy productor. Creo que los productores de café hacemos grandes esfuerzos por cumplir nuestros compromisos, por resolver nuestras necesidades. Y hemos estado escuchando con atención el tema que hoy se está planteando, porque en México ya se ha tocado. Y nosotros siempre hemos dicho que los productores de café no pueden estar solos en su desgracia. Requerimos que los compradores sean más conscientes en relación a que eso de cerrar la brecha, allá en mi tierra la brecha es una cosa chica. Yo creo que es una enorme distancia entre el productor y los que al final comercializan ese café, o la industria. Creo que es justo y necesario considerar que si los productores de café, por muchas razones, mañana ya no existen, el gran negocio de la industria también va a tener grandes problemas. Entonces ahora creo estamos a tiempo para cómo encontrar mecanismos que nos permitan, por un lado, los productores ser más responsables, más éticos, producir café de calidad, que así lo requiere el mercado, pero bueno, ¿cómo resolvemos los problemas del cambio climático, los problemas de ausencia de mano de obra, de falta de recursos para los insumos demasiado caros? Vemos con alegría eso que hoy señalaba un ponente en la mañana, de que el precio del café está al doble de como estaba antes. Y nosotros decimos, como productores, que llevábamos 8 años en crisis de precios que no nos ajustaban ni para los costos de producción. Es verdad que muchos productores y sus organizaciones comercializan a través del fair trade, a través de organismos o bien organizaciones que ayudan a mejorar la situación. Yo creo que esto es fácil, que en las regiones podamos sentarnos con la industria y poder llegar a acuerdos concretos que ayuden mutuamente. No queremos los productores que nos resuelvan nuestros problemas. Queremos que nos den una mejor oportunidad para seguir cumpliendo con nuestro deber ético de cuidar la naturaleza, de producir café de calidad, pero sobre todo ser productores de café conscientes que lo que mandamos a los consumidores vayan libres de contaminantes, libres de químicos. Eso es el sentido de lo que nosotros hemos estado discutiendo como productores de café de México. Y aplaudimos la iniciativa, la hemos estado trabajando con Santiago y creo que va en buen camino.
Thank you for that. I think I want to call out a couple things there were both challenges that are faced by Mexican producers in your case, but also commitments and the agreements that you're willing to bring to the table as a producer organization. So I'm hearing also the need to think about ways to grapple with the high cost of inputs, but also the remaining debt that producers are facing from prior years of crisis. Those could be very concrete priorities that the task force takes up. also this idea of regional or national dialogues between the private and public sector and producer organizations. So those are both priorities and potential ideas, so very concrete. And these are the kind of things that we are going to take into our small groups as we get into groups, so that you can really not talk theoretically, but actually get some very active ideas to give to Wolfgang and the team at the ICO to take into the next planning session of the task force and the next meeting. Any other priorities people want to say now before we break into smaller groups? João.
Gracias, Stephanie. Penso que, primeiro, congratulações, porque aqui hemos visto mais produtores que em outros espaços, e penso que isto, com o apoio aí de Wolfgang, isto foi clave justamente para uma maior participação aí dos produtores. Ponto que penso que deveríamos tomar muita atenção hoje são os custos de produção. Certo? Porque não podemos dizer que um café de 12,10 é bueno ou malo se não sabemos quanto nos custa isto, certo? Brasil se tem hoje uma das caficulturas mais eficientes, vamos poner assim, dentro dos países. Justamente me chegou uma data aqui para esta reunião de hoje. Os custos em Brasil estão cerca de $1,79 por libra, certo? Isso em um país que ponemos que é altamente eficiente. Se vamos para outros países mais débiles, ponemos este custo a muito maior, muito mais grande. Então, penso que dos trabalhos, Stephanie, que deveríamos ter atenção em los task force, que creio que não hemos tocado em este ponto, é como mantenemos dentro da discussão uma boa data, certo, pero de custos por países, por regiões, certo? Para saber justamente, não é buscar somente ingresso digno, pero saber quanto nos custa. E aí não é somente custo de produção, como vamos poner os custos, por exemplo, de implementação de legislações que nos chegam, certo? Quanto nos custa? Vou poner aí o caso de Brasil. Temos por la legislação manter 20% de las fincas com matas nativas, certo? Quanto nos custa isto ao produtor todos os anos o mantenimento disto? Isto não entra hoje no custo de produção de café, certo? Então, cada destes pontos é fazer custo de produção sustentável, certo? Que é distinto do que trabalhamos hoje. Então, é uma ideia que penso que deveríamos levar adelante. Ok, graças.
Excellent. That's a very concrete point as well. How can the task force grapple with that definition of the cost of sustainable production? We're talking about the cost of actual production, and also what would it cost for farmers to transition to a regenerative and sustainable farming system? Critical. Okay, so we're going to ask you to do caucuses here, because this is really important for small groups to talk and then come back together with some concrete points. And we have some guidance here. We're going to ask everyone to stay committed and stay with us. Please don't leave. Stay. And we're going to try to break up into groups by region and language, because we won't have simultaneous translation in the breakout groups. We're just going to do this in the room, small caucus groups. We would like to have a South America, Central America, Mexico, and Caribbean group up here with Wolfgang. So you follow Wolfgang, and that will be primarily in Spanish. We're going to have a French-speaking group of Francophone West Africa, which will be facilitated by Denis. Denis, can you raise your hand? Do we have you? It's over here. At the far back is French-speaking West Africa. Or French-speaking any country, but French-speaking group. We want to have an English-speaking Africa region in the back. Susanna, can you raise your hand? And if facilitators could keep your hands raised as people go so they can see you. We're going to have an Asia-Pacific group in English up here with Christina. And we're going to have consuming countries or importing countries in English with me on this corner. Sorry, that's Latin America. We'll do it, yeah, we'll do it here. On the sofa. No, not on the sofa, yeah. We'll do Asia Pacific in the middle, and we'll do consuming countries up in the corner. Is that okay, Christina? Yeah. Yeah, okay. So what we want you to do in your small groups, we have about 20 minutes, I think. Okay, so half an hour. That's great. We have half an hour. Based on the priorities for your region, so you can talk a little bit about what are the priorities for your region around economic resiliency and closing the gap to prosperous income. What are the possible commitments you could make towards the task force goal of economic resiliency? We're going to come back and you'll report back. Okay, so we have Central, South America, Caribbean, and NGOs, please go to your region that you're most interested in or your work. We know you work across regions. Then we have Francophone group in the back, far back, English-speaking Africa, Susanna, Asia Pacific with Christina, and consuming countries with me. We'll hear top points from your groups. Okay, we just have one more minute, and then we're going to ask each group to report back. We appreciate everyone's engagement here. Okay, so if I could ask the facilitators of each of the groups to give a few points from what we heard, I'd appreciate it. Wolfgang, it looks like you're coming up first to do Central America, South America, and the Caribbean. You're not ready?
I have so many pages.
Yeah. I don't know where the mics are. Well, I think it was just Christina. Could the facilitators of the small groups come up and we'll just do a short report back, and we'll open it up as in addition to all of you on your points. Okay, so could I ask Denny, could you come up from your group?
Yeah. Again, changing language, who's missing?
I think we, the French-speaking West Africa group.
Denis and...
Denis.
Denis, could you please come up on stage, because we're just gonna...
Yes, we want to get a few points. We can't, obviously, I'm sure there's been very rich discussion, but we want to hear some of the key points and commitments that you discussed in your groups. So while we're waiting for Denis to come up from the French-speaking group, perhaps I can just give a few of the ideas that came out of the consuming country discussion. So we had both consuming countries from the EU and Switzerland, as well as Fair Trade and Rainforest Alliance and the Specialty Coffee Organization. Can I ask for people's attention?
Please,
Yeah?
please, and Susanna, we need you also here on stage, right? You facilitated a group? No.
Okay, so I'm going to just do a few points, and those of you that were in the group on consuming countries and the importing countries, please feel free to raise your hand after I speak if I've missed something. There were a lot of ideas. I think some of them around particularly the challenge we have in economic resiliency of the way to resiliency is not always only through coffee, that some regions, particularly those very vulnerable to climate change, may need other industries to come in. So how do we take a multi-sector approach, a landscape approach? Can the task force actually take that on? Some of the ideas in terms of possible commitments came out from the standards organizations, the information they may have in their work around vulnerability to climate change, vulnerability to other risks could be brought into the task force to understand in which regions do we need to, as a coffee industry, be collaborating more practically with, say, the cocoa industry, the fresh fruit, horticulture, livestock, or even service industries. So that was one very concrete idea, both priority and possible commitment. We also talked, obviously, consuming countries have a huge role to play in consumer education. Can we do a better job in the large markets, in the mature markets, to do better, more targeted and powerful consumer education around the challenges that coffee farmers are facing and the values that they're creating? How are they both tangible and intangible? So that came from Fair Trade as, I think, an ongoing commitment. The Specialty Coffee Organization obviously does quite a lot of education in that way and is very committed to bringing in the results of the task force, opening spaces at SCA events, and potentially even creating some new material out of the outcomes of the task force into their education program that go out to their members around the world. We talked quite a bit, obviously, around the EU due diligence legislations. And so this will be a priority for the European Union and the European importing countries. And there's quite a lot of commitments that will come along with that. A few that were mentioned were the assessments of traceability that will be happening, that will be financed by the EU, as well as the work that will need to be invested in how to do traceability systems to comply with these. I think an interesting point came out was that the EU itself will need a lot of partnership from the task force members, that understand how to do this, that understand the barriers to doing this. And so it's going to take quite a lot of partnership, as you all know, to get this done. So that's just some top line, both priorities and commitments that came out from our group. Does anyone want to add anything that I missed? Okay, so we pass to Asia Pacific.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me in the back? Delegation in the back, you can hear me? Excellent. We're still awake. So I had an amazing group, the Asia Pacific group, shared lots of great examples where governments have already made commitments, such as in Papua New Guinea, making coffee so, it's an important crop. We want to give it visibility. We now have a minister of coffee. There's a lot of challenges there, and we're really going to invest in this, and we're really going to try and look at these challenges. Other countries are going to, are continuing with the research. We're facing climate change. We're, facing all of these issues. We are committing to innovation. We're committing to research. We're committing to sharing the results of that within the country, with our producers and with our peers regionally. Other examples, again, of really helping producers trying to find more high-yielding varieties, more climate-resistant varieties, trying to improve the marketing, so trying to do that. The main point, though, is the main commitment that came out from the group very, very strongly is we commit to fight. We commit to keep fighting to bring these issues to the table. We are asking for transparency and traceability. That has a cost. Why should it always be us that bears that cost? And where are the commitments from the buyers and from the importing countries? We commit to keeping that on the table and keep fighting for that. You know, we keep talking about the regulations that are coming up. That has a cost to us, so we commit to bringing that to the table and keep that fight going. We commit to keep bringing these issues up at the task force because, you know, there's a lot of requirements and a lot of demands made on us, but we're not seeing what the commitments are back from the buyers and from the importing countries, and the burden seems to always be falling on us. So we commit to keeping that fight going. Anything else to add, team? Thank you.
Thanks, Cristina. Yo voy a hablar en español para que el grupo de América Latina también pueda luego complementar lo que hemos discutido, que también, como debe ser en América Latina, una discusión bastante rica con un montón de aportes y ojalá puedo resumir todo lo que se ha discutido en 30 minutos. Definitivamente, yo creo en cuanto al task force de los actores que faltan, se hizo la recomendación, no están los supermercados, no están los retailers, que tiene sí mucho que ver en la cadena de valor y definitivamente una recomendación que se amplía. Pero sobre todo que la Task Force realmente incorpora la voz de los productores, que al final todo el objetivo del Task Force se gira hacia los productores, pero no están en la mesa, y una discusión, yo creo, un aporte muy importante del valor cultural y el valor social, económico que los productores siempre han dado, que no eso no se reconoce y que realmente es un obstáculo todavía en las discusiones. Entonces, eso yo creo que se ha enfatizado mucho. Luego sobre la transparencia también se retomó como un aspecto importante que se debería reforzar, una transparencia a lo largo de la cadena de valores que no se enfoca solamente a los países productores y a los productores, pero estudios que también reflejan los costos reales de los productores, los costos ocultos, y que no sea otros estudios más que se hacen, pero de verdad estudios que sirven a los productores y a todos los actores de la cadena de tener más transparencia para la toma de decisiones. Ahí había muchos aportes bien específicos que luego yo voy a transmitir al Task Force. Otro aspecto fue, bueno, realmente al fondo quedan muchos problemas estructurales que no solamente, aunque importante que hablamos del precio, también tenemos que atacar los problemas estructurales que afectan a los productores, sea acceso a la tierra, tenencia de la tierra y otros aspectos que los gobiernos deberían también asumir más responsabilidad. Al final, yo creo un punto importante que se mencionó, al fondo debe realmente existir una responsabilidad permitida de todo el sector, que no puede quedar la carga siempre a los países productores, a los productores y las productoras mismos, sino que la industria realmente está claro de su responsabilidad, y igual los consumidores y los gobiernos. Espero que eso más o menos resumió que hemos hablado, pero por favor a las colegas y los colegas del grupo agregan.
Thank you, Wolfgang. Denis, can we ask you to share some of the points that came out of the I don't know if you had only West Africa or multiple?
It's all Africa, francophone. But I will deliver in French to avoid betraying them. Le groupe qui s'est réuni, le groupe francophone africain, les problèmes majeurs qu'ils ont retenus, qu'ils ont indiqués, le premier, c'est le niveau de prix international. Et le niveau de prix a une influence très forte sur le prix que reçoivent les producteurs locaux, et aussi sur l'encadrement que l'État apporte aux producteurs. Le deuxième problème, la deuxième préoccupation majeure, c'est l'accès aux intrants. Pour augmenter la productivité, le rendement, sans les intrants, c'est pratiquement impossible. Donc, la production continue de baisser. Donc, l'accès aux intrants est un problème majeur parce que, d'abord, l'accès physique aux intrants, la disponibilité et le prix des intrants. Ça fait que le coût de production est très élevé et prohibitif pour beaucoup de producteurs africains. La troisième préoccupation, c'est la profitabilité même de la culture du café. Elle ne peut pas attirer la jeunesse. Elle ne peut pas parce que le rendement, le profit n'existe même pas. Les producteurs africains sont producteurs par défaut parce qu'ils n'ont pas d'autres activités. Sinon, le café ne nourrit pas son homme, comme on dit. Et par-dessus tout, il y a de façon générale l'accès au crédit, au financement qui est une préoccupation parce que dans la plupart de ces pays, les taux d'intérêt sont prohibitifs. Comme mesure qu'il propose, il y a d'abord la transparence au niveau même de l'identification, de la détermination du prix. La transparence, parce que l'industrie sait la production de tous ces pays, mais ils ne savent pas les besoins de l'industrie. Quand il s'agit de connaître les stocks, c'est chez les producteurs, mais dans l'industrie, ils ne connaissent pas. Donc, il y a un manque de transparence et ils ne savent pas comment même les prix sont déterminés. Et pour remédier à ça, c'est de façon commune, producteurs et disons, pays producteurs et pays consommateurs, le privé et le public, c'est de travailler ensemble pour promouvoir plus de transparence sur le marché. Ensuite, c'est de trouver des mécanismes pour influencer le prix, pour augmenter le prix. Et l'autre mesure qu'ils ont proposée, c'est d'avoir possibilité d'accès à l'assurance. L'assurance pour la production à cause des changements climatiques. La production varie d'une année à l'autre et il est difficile de faire une planification. Donc, s'il y a le mécanisme d'assurance, comme l'assurance Weather Insurance, for exemple, ça serait très important. Et puis, le dernier point, c'est de voir si, à travers le partenariat public-privé et de façon plus précise avec l'industrie, s'il y a un mécanisme qui peut permettre, un mécanisme de financement où les petits producteurs pourront être éligibles pour avoir accès au financement bancaire. Voilà très très brièvement ce qui ressort et comme le temps ne permettait pas, sinon le débat était houleux. Merci. Je pense que j'ai traduit votre esprit. Si j'ai dévié, vous pouvez toujours intervenir.
Thank you, Denny. And particular thanks to you stepping in. We had another French-speaking facilitator, Blanco, who had to leave for emergency, so we really appreciate you coming at last minute. So obviously, it sounds like from all the groups, there's quite a lot of commitment and also just quite a lot of recognition of the scale of the challenge. So as I understand, Wolfgang, all of this from the facilitators will be taking this, bringing it to the Secretariat, and it will be brought into the next planning sessions for the task force and next Sherpa meeting. Yeah.
Indeed. So thanks a lot for all your, comments, your proposals, because that only can enrich the task force. Because without that, then we are just sort of going around in a circle, or a little bit lifeless. And in the end, it's being able to talk to so many different actors along the value chain, so many different countries and backgrounds, that really enriches our work. So thanks a lot to you all, and I can assure you this is not the first or last one. We will continue this kind of dialogue. We have to do it. We have just to deepen that, because otherwise, as an ICO, we are too far away, and that can't be. We have to be closer to the reality of producers, the reality of your countries. So thanks a lot, and we are just awaiting now the other group to rejoin us, and then so please stay. Don't. There are no drinks served yet. They come a little bit later. We have just a very short half an hour of a wrap up and conclusions of the whole day, where we also have asked some of you to join us again here on the very nice sofas, just to give their personal feedback and insights, how the day went, what you have heard, what you haven't heard, and what we have to take forward. So thanks a lot, and just stay around, and hopefully the other group is joining us within a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Can you just send them whenever some bullet points? I just let it. Mario, Vanusia, and Dr. Jagadish to come up on stage to share a little bit their reflections of the day.
Thank you. Can somebody help to bring everybody on stage? Yes.
Please. We are missing Nadia, please. And Mario. Cerutti.
Yes, we're drinking coffee outside.
Can someone call Mario? Oh, he's coming.
Mario.
Please on stage. And Rick.
Rick is coming. He's there.
So I hand over duties to
Nadia.
Rick. And Nadia is coming up as well.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
I thought it was a joke.
No. Okay. So, are we ready? Thank you so much, everybody. Just before we starting this final panel, to come out with some of the reflections from a number of key participants here, we also take advantage at the opportunity we have the representative of India, Dr. Jagadish, to present very quickly a video on the promotion of the World Coffee Conference is going to take place next year in Bangalore, India, as you probably most of you know. There is just one little footnote, is that only tomorrow the Council, the International Coffee Council, as you will agree and discuss the actual date for this. But I think what is important to understand, what is the objective and what is the commitment of the government of India and the private sector of India for the World Coffee Conference. Thank you. So I think we can go ahead with the video. Okay. Can we? Please go ahead with the video, please.
More than 400 years ago, a Sufi saint, Baba Budan, set foot on the Verdant Hills near Chikmagalur in Karnataka, South India, and set up a hermitage. He had smuggled 7 coffee beans from Yemen, the then Mecca of coffee, and planted them here. The legend of Indian coffee thus began. Over the centuries, these 7 beans transformed into vast plantations, predominantly in Karnataka state, where coffee is grown under the rainforest canopy, making it one of the most eco-friendly coffee biospheres in the world. Karnataka, the coffee wonderland of India, has a rich legacy. This is the state that produces more than 70% of India's coffee and has one of the strongest coffee drinking cultures in India and Asia. And the rising coffee culture is transforming India into a coffee drinking nation, with coffee consumption growing at over 6% per annum. No wonder the International Coffee Organization, ICC, after hosting previous World Coffee Conferences in London, Brazil, Guatemala, and Ethiopia, has chosen Bangalore, the capital city of Karnataka in South India, as the venue to host the 5th World Coffee Conference, WCC, and 136th session of ICC meetings, thus making it for the first time in Asia. We welcome you to Bangalore, the beautiful garden city, India's Silicon Valley, and the paradise for coffee lovers. Here, the romance with coffee is relentless. with the conventional roadside darshanis serving rich filter coffee, vying with the New Age cafes offering the best coffees of the world. Today, Bangalore has become the world center for coffee business, to be explored by coffee planters, exporters, buyers, equipment makers, global coffee brands, cafe chains from multinationals, and startups. WCC 2023 will be that unique opportunity to tap into India's fledgling coffee market and grow your business. The 5th World Coffee Conference, WCC at Bangalore, with its theme, Sustainability Through Consumption, will address the best practices in production, increasing coffee consumption, and emerging trends in coffee. Skill-building workshops, exhibitions showcasing the best coffees, cafes, equipments, and services, buyer-seller meetings, along with a championship golf tournament, evening parties, and city tours will be the other great attractions of WCC, followed by the field visits to coffee estates and tourism of exotic Asia. With expected participation of over 80 countries, 1,500 delegates, 150 exhibitors, 10,000 expo visitors, and 300 planned B2B meetings, the 5th World Coffee Conference at Bangalore promises to be an exclusive event, full of knowledge, business, and recreation at its best. Welcome to Bangalore. Welcome to India. Welcome to Asia. Brought to you by the International Coffee Organization, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Coffee Board of India, India Coffee Trust, and curated by Active SciTech Communications Private Limited.
Thank you very much. I think we are all invited, right? So I think without further ado, I think we should start now to take stock of what we've been discussing the whole day. I think we are a little bit tired, but I think also there is some excitement. So the idea now that we have from all these panelists, we have two things. First of all, we ask their reflections, what they are taking back from this discussion, but also to have a different role. Like if you were not what you represent, your company, your organization, how would you see the result of today's discussion? Right, Rick? Shall we start?
I want to see the NGO sector start, so I guess that's it. It's Nadia.
So, Nadia, tell us your, as for your company, your experience, you have a mic, and then we would like to ask another questions afterwards.
So am I my company first,
yes,
or am I an NGO first?
Yes, first as a company.
Yeah. Thank you. First and foremost, what I think we haven't done enough today is celebrate this amazing category. Coffee and tea together is the second most drunk beverage in the world after water. And while I know we have a serious situation at hand, we have not celebrated enough this amazing category that, and I know we've had examples of cocoa. Coffee is not an indulgence. Coffee is not something that you skimp on in times of inflation and price. You need your cup of coffee every day, and I think we need to acknowledge that and celebrate the rich diversity, the origins, the people around here. We don't celebrate enough as an industry. So I just want to say that. My reflections of today, I think, are a little bit of a sense of déjà vu. I felt we've had this conversation for several years now. The reason we are all here, the industry, the civil society, the governments, is because we all acknowledge we need to do something. And we've been talking for a long time. And I feel we need to move faster into action. I think we are often very afraid of doing things for fear of failing or it won't work. What works in Colombia is not going to work in Kenya, but let's just do it. Let's just move. We shouldn't wait to get every detail cleared. So my reflections are really déjà vu, we're still saying the same things, and I hope that the next time we meet, we're not discussing the same issues all over again, that we're actually A, celebrating and actually showing progress, and B, let's move with action. So that's my simple summary.
Thank you. And now you are the NGO. Now you are going to complain about that.
Now I'm the NGO. I think, and I used to work in an NGO for many years. I think from an NGO perspective, I would want to see more collaboration amongst us, fellow NGOs, because we are all, I speak as an NGO, we're all seeking the same funding, we're all seeking the same objectives, we all have the same visions and principles, but we are not working as closely together as we should as NGOs with each other. We're competing on the same issues. So I, as an NGO, would like to be able to work stronger with my colleagues.
Thank you. I think it was very interesting. Who's next? Who's volunteering to give us the view? Joao.
Okay.
Now, from your point of view, but then we make it a very challenging. You are then a development banker. You have to invest on this. So give us where you put the money after you tell us your point of view from a producer perspective.
Como produtor, primeiro, creio que tivemos uma grande mudança quando tomamos a reunião de 2019 e agora. Creio que isso, a quem estava em 2019, se põe muito claro, certo? Aqui na discussão de grupos hoje, para minha felicidade, a gente viu produtores de vários países. Então é uma coisa que a gente não percebia. Inclusive durante esses anos dentro aí, ou nos últimos meses, dentro dos task force, certo? A gente sempre viu presença da indústria, presença forte das ONGs, mas muito pouca presença de produtor, que a gente tentou aí, pelo menos no nosso grupo, convidar para que estivessem com a gente aí de uma forma mais ativa. Um segundo ponto, e aí é uma preocupação nossa como produtor, é que uma vez mais não estão envolvidos os retails, os supermercados, certo? A gente pensava, desde também nas discussões do Task Force, mas também no grupo hoje, que a gente devia agregar mais na cadeia, certo? Então, mas eu acho que a gente está num caminho, ainda espero mais ação também. Eu acho, a Vanúzia tinha posto hoje sobre colaboração, foi muito importante, do nosso lado, inclusive, está aberto a colaborar na parte de como que eu estou mesclando com espanhol, perdão. Na parte de plantios, baixo sombra, por exemplo, a gente tem muito a contribuir. Nas biofábricas, hoje aqui na Colômbia, em Honduras, a gente tem muito a contribuir. E eu acho que hoje, conversando com o Brasil, com o Emater, que estava aí, eles têm um sistema lá, que é o Certifica Minas, que estão abertos a contribuir, que tem centenas de cursos, não somente para os produtores, para as esposas também, para uma diversificação de ingressos, certo? É muito interessante. Como banqueiro, eu pensei em tirar férias na primeira vez, já que ou doar ou investir 100 milhões de dólares num fundo para apoio, né? Seria o primeiro pensamento. Agora, pensando talvez como um banco, eu ficaria, depois desses 2 dias aqui, ou de hoje também, principalmente, eu acho que a gente pode ter o copo meio cheio ou meio vazio, certo? De um lado, eu ficaria bastante preocupado com todas as legislações, com as mudanças climáticas. Talvez eu, como banco, para mitigar risco, talvez eu poria investimentos do meu banco em países que têm, ou em produtores que tenham mais capacidade. Por outro lado,
eu acho que ele pode ver, eu como banco posso ver uma oportunidade gigantesca no pequeno produtor, justamente como que a gente pode ascender ou buscar que esse produtor possa fazer parte de uma cadeia hoje, que um banco, seja através da cooperativa, ou seja empréstimos diretos ou investimentos, pudesse estar apoiando. Então eu ponho dos dois lados. Bom, obrigado.
Thank you, thank you. I think you have very clear ideas. I think you should change job. Probably. Rick.
Distinguished delegates, both from the public sector and the private sector, I would like to place my sincere compliments and congratulations to all of you, because this whole day I've been sitting through, the whole discussion was very interesting and very meaningful discussions. I was following it up from the beginning, starting from the keynote address given by the chairman of Ely Cafe, Andrea Ely, that the real issues which were relevant for today's context were brought in the keynote address itself. Then followed by the discussion both in the morning and in the afternoon. Those issues were discussed in length. I would like to state those issues which are, I felt really these are the issues for today which all of us need to handle. The climate change was one of the important issues, then the natural calamities, price volatility, market transparency, living income, and sustainability of the whole sector. I would say that today's forum was successful in bringing these real issues to the forefront. That's where we succeeded. If you ask me where we fell short, I would say that we could identify the issues, but I don't think we laid the clear roadmap of how do we address this. At least I would have expected, these are all complicated issues. Laying a roadmap in a day may be difficult. At least what I expected is we will not say that all these problems, we will push it to the farmer who is going to handle all these things. We will identify that farmer is an important key element in the whole sector. We'll all stand with him and address these issues. That commitment at least should have come as a conclusion. That's personal opinion. I know it can be different. That's what I would like to say about today's whole deliberation from morning to afternoon. And one significant thing which came up, which I think we need to pick up, is the COE. They came with a resolution where government sector and the private sector, facilitated by an NGO, they passed a resolution saying that if the prices fall below a certain level, which is not sustainable, the private sector will stand by them. That is something very encouraging. I think if we can pick up from there, coffee sector, and move on, that will be a great way forward. And next is, I have been given a role of roaster and trader. As all of you know, I represent public sector. I'm the representative of Government of India. I always fight with these roasters and traders. You are not giving the fair price to the growers. Now I have been made to assume that charge and say what I will do. So, a roaster, if I am a roaster as a trader, I'm one of the stakeholders in the whole value chain. I will not be saying I will maximize my profit at the cost of other stakeholders. That is not going to be what I'll be doing. I'll think whole value chain will stand together. We'll try to do something which is win-win for everybody, and everybody gains, and the whole value sector, whole value chain gets benefited. That's what, the thinking coming to my mind. That's what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, we throw the ball back to Mario. Now they reach you, Now you are the industry, but then I want you to be a farmer.
Yes. No, but let me be for a second the industry. Yes. Because one of the advantages of getting old is that you can tell a true story that happened many, many years ago. Some of you here were already there as I was. But just to remember everybody that in 1989, 30th of September, the economic clauses were suspended. The ICO economic clauses were suspended. And economic clauses, in short, were actually doing exactly like that, trying to maintain with different mechanisms the price in a range, okay? Now, why we destroyed that system? We destroyed that system because there were too many people that were, let's say, not behaving correctly, or cheating if you prefer, or finding way to baptize non-member coffee, which was coffee that were not supposed to go into the market that were playing with that rule. And in certain moment, that coffee was actually sold for half the price of the others. So we collectively are actually the one that created the situation. So we have to acknowledge that, because everything that we will do in that respect, we should start from the assumption that some of us, human nature maybe, some of us will behave in some way. And maybe they will start to destroy the system as it happens already few years ago. So that is just an extemporary comment. I like to be a little bit provocative as well. Now, as a grower, very difficult, of course, to imagine what a grower could think about. Maybe a grower in this situation can think that the market is actually not too bad. And today, nobody acknowledged the fact that we are in a market situation that is more than double that was when we started the discussion. And so for me, and yesterday evening we were making a quick comment with Gerardo. In a way, it's a bit strange that we are having the same discussion, the same situation, the same people as we had when we started. And in the same time, we are all 3 years older. A lot of things happen, but the most important one is that the price of coffee more than doubled. So it's a nonsense to me to imagine that we are having exactly the same discussion. So maybe as a grower, I would ask all of you and myself as well as a participant here, maybe to try to be a little bit more open, a little bit more clear, to use more precisely the word. Today, there were people talking about transparency. Transparency to me means to look at something that is happening, no? And by definition, the roster are the most transparent one, because you go in the internet, you download the balance sheet, and you probably know much more than what the people in the company know. So what do you want more transparent than that? If transparency is actually a way to say something different, then please, let's use the right word, so at least we know what we are talking about. No? Last comment. Today, some of us were talking about long-term contract. What is the problem? We as a roster can do for all the people, all the quality, all the duration, everything. The question is that somebody must guarantee. Because unfortunately, we all know, and our friends of the fair trade know better than us, that at a certain point where the prices maybe go up, etc., we are not really sure about the performance of your contract. So the question is not long-term. Long-term is a wrong way of indicating something different. The question is performance. So again, maybe as a grower, I would like to have a little bit more clearness, and maybe I would need somebody to help me in taking advantage of a moment where maybe the prices are favorable. Unfortunately, we all know that the market is like that. It goes up and then down, and then up and then down, etc. That's unfortunately, part of the game. But today, maybe as a grower, I would like somebody that helped me in making the best investment that I could, in making the best decision that I could for the future. For example, we were talking about ways to look at the future. One way to look at the future is education for your kids, for your family. No? So there are a lot of issues that maybe we should address. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. Now is the turn of Vanusia. Vanusia, you are the executive director of the ICO. You have a background in private sector, coffee family. That's where you have to tell us what you think about today's discussion. Of course, we have drafted a communique that will be submitted to the council, that this has been agreed by the member of the task force, And then I want you to be the consumer, because at the end of the day, we're closing the chain. And now, from a consumer point of view, what do you think about today, what we should do?
Todos me ouvem? Sim. Bom, como OIC, como diretora da OIC, eu acho que o primeiro ponto que eu tenho a colocar, Gerardo, é agradecer a todos vocês que estão aqui, que fizeram parte dessa discussão. Eu acho que nós, como OIC, assim como o Wolfgang, temos muito a agradecer ao IDH pelo apoio, por estarmos todos aqui. Estamos terminando o dia super cansados, mas eu diria que com um sentimento de missão cumprida até aqui, que era a questão que eu coloquei no início do dia, de fazermos desse dia um exercício de reflexão. Eu acho que nós fizemos esse exercício e, como OIC, eu gostaria de colocar que vimos muitos exemplos. Assim como ontem, no final da tarde, nós estamos vendo uma série de exemplos de casos de sucesso que talvez nós precisamos verificar como replicarmos esses casos para ganhar escala, né? E chegar no que a Nádia colocou de realmente termos uma ação que represente um volume maior de pessoas e que venha representar mais o próprio setor. Mas eu acho que nós tivemos muitas ideias muito inspiradoras e que nós vamos chegar lá sim. Eu saio daqui hoje como OIC com muita expectativa de que vamos sim colocar a mão na massa, como se diz em português, para estarmos trabalhando, indo para a ação e desenvolvendo cada vez mais todo esse setor. Como consumidora, eu gostaria de dizer para vocês que eu não tenho nem a mais remota ideia de que toda essa dificuldade existe. Eu acho que esse é um desafio que nós ainda temos enquanto setor. O consumidor está muito distante de nós. O único consumidor que tem um pouco mais de noção de todos esses desafios é aquele coffee lover que está muito ligado no café especial. Mas o grande volume do nosso café, o grande consumo, que é aquele café que é comprado num supermercado, que é consumido num restaurante, num hotel, esse consumidor está muito longe disso tudo. Ele quer sim, como todos nós, que nós não tenhamos desmatamento, que nós respeitemos os seres humanos, que nós não tenhamos crianças trabalhando. Ele quer isso tudo, mas ele ainda não tem a clareza do que isso tem em como consequência, ou de onde isso tem que começar e como começar. Eu acho que um desafio muito grande para todos nós é fazer com que se chegue a esse consumidor tudo isso que nós estamos discutindo.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. At this point, I mean, you know, we started in the morning, and I think we've been charged now to give some other highlights, Rick.
Yeah, I think my next and I hope last task for the day is to give a little bit of sort of a flavor of how the conversation went in that other room with the private sector where we were isolated and were able to speak quite freely. And I'd give you 3 points, and I think you'll find that they're consistent with the balance of the day. The place I think we agreed is that our desire for sustainability is a pre-competitive desire. We have lots of questions about what the limits and the lines of that pre-competitive nature are, but we agree wholeheartedly that sustainability must take place in a pre-competitive way, and that sustainability, the pursuit of sustainability, is not an option, it's a necessity. We also agree that there are fantastic bits of work being done all over the world by private sector actors in partnerships with NGOs, with civil society, with governments. Lots and lots and lots of little projects, some of which are fascinating and successful. And what we lack as an industry is the mechanism to bring those projects and convert them to practices that are adopted by the sector. So if we have a task in front of us, it's finding that modality to convert from project to practice. And then finally, in how do we do that? We recognize that in general we don't have the mechanism, the executive power to move that needle forward, to move from project to practice. And our question is, how would we get that? And I would say that in the final point of agreement, in a rather overarching sense, is that the answer is collating the funding. Taking all the funding that we all spend and more, and the funding available from public sector actors and from donors of many kinds, from other funds, and consolidating them into a fund that we, as the sector, can apply to this conversion from program or project to practice. So those are the takeaways from the private sector.
Yes, I think this summarized well the discussions. We were not in the other group here discussing, but then building on that, collaboration. You mentioned, you as an NGO, this is the platform. There are a number of platforms, as you say before in the group. They have to put them together. Everybody has part and successful, but then scatter solutions are not good solutions. The second point also that I think was quite clear, that this bringing this funding and this, the willingness is there, but then we have to find mechanisms. We have to involve the development banks. We have, we talk about a new role for the commodity fund, the common fund for commodities. But is that the sector, government, private sector, and everybody ready to move to that stage? That is the question that we have. We know there was a communique saying we have to do this, but now are we all willing to do this? Because we have the government, we have everybody here. This is unique. We are finally together. We can touch each other, we can ag, but what will be the next step? And then, you gave us some very good idea from this morning. We take advantage of the good prices, as you say, but the prices can go down. So we cannot be satisfied with that. We can still have to move together. The solutions are there, the idea, but if we don't put them together in a coherent global solution, the coffee sector competes with funds with cocoa. We compete with funds with everybody else. But then is the coffee sector capable of show the identity, the strength, respond to the consumer needs that Vanusia was saying? That is, I think, the questions. The answer is there, but are we ready to realize that point? I don't know, with this word, if anybody want to comment from the floor? Because, we all been participating, but in separate groups. Everybody would like to take the floor. Very tired, very shy. I see none willing to add anything to this. I can see from the back. Please, I cannot see with the light. Please, go ahead. Perú, please.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Jorge Lanza, de Honduras. Yo creo que los precios, yo me hice un análisis ahorita que estoy procesando un quintal de café en mi finca y a mí me cuesta 3.060 lempiras un quintal. Cuando lo llevo al intermediario o al exportador a vender. Y el exportador me lo va a pagar de acuerdo al precio que esté en la bolsa o alguna referencia de compra que tenga. Pero lo más que me va a pagar son $140 a $150 por ese quintal. Significa que a mí me van a venir quedando como unos 800 lempiras, que son menos de 800 lempiras, que pueden ser unos $20 o 25. Si los precios llegan a variar el próximo año, no cubrimos ni los costos, porque se van a caer estrepitosamente como pasó en años anteriores, que muchos productores quebramos. Nos sostenemos a veces porque estamos en un mercado donde no nos permitimos sacar créditos onerosos. En Honduras los créditos en un banco andan entre 20 y 25% anual. Si no es que usted lo saca al 30% y tiene que tener garantías sólidas. Entonces, sacar créditos para producir café y venderlos a los precios que que el mercado nos da no es rentable. Entonces necesitamos precios mínimos que nosotros podamos estar vendiendo entre 150 a 160 dólares para tener una rentabilidad que nos pueda dar una seguridad de poder competir y prepararnos para una próxima cosecha, hacerla más rentable con un sistema de fertilización apropiado a las fincas que tenemos.
Gracias. Thank you. Who would like to comment? Anybody would like to comment on this small margin that they have, even with the current prices, and the risk of volatility and the access to credit? This is something we also discussed, in the group. Rick?
I think in large part, the purpose of a fund is to make credit available to the global south at rates that are available to the global north. And this is indicative of our value chain. At this current moment, risk accrues for the producer, reward accrues for the side of the consumer. We need to make these things balance. So a fund is an opportunity to make credit extension a possibility, not just for individual farmers, but for the public sector and for other actors at the point of production.
Yes, and also was also discussed the opportunity of additional source of income, not only through coffee production, but diversification, intercropping, circular solutions. I have somebody else asking for the floor. Please. We can't see because the light is very strong.
Hola. Bueno, me queda la inquietud en esta tarde sobre transparentar. Transparentar no es colocar en una red la estructura de costos para que todo el mundo la vea. Yo creo que transparentar implica ejercicios de responsabilidad empresarial muy serios desde la industria, desde las cadenas de financiamiento, y transparentar implica que la industria también comprenda la lógica de los pequeños productores del mundo, sus suplicios y su trabajo. Yo creo que no es suficiente decir que no se entiende cuando se habla de transparentar, porque la estructura de costos está en el Internet. Creo que eso preocupa porque debe haber un diálogo comprensivo sobre cómo trabajan los pequeños productores del mundo y cómo están articulados. Sigo pensando que es necesario una articulación muy fuerte con pequeños productores y que las soluciones frente al cambio climático, las soluciones o las formas de sobrevivir a él o de la deforestación también tienen que venir de abajo hacia arriba. Una lógica vertical de los centros de poder del mercado o de las decisiones de arriba hacia abajo, que desconozca los ejercicios que hacen los pequeños productores y sus redes y sus formas de organización, quizás fracase. Y finalmente creo que el esfuerzo tiene que ser compartido y con mucha franqueza desde la industria, desde los estamentos públicos, y teniendo en cuenta al pequeño productor en una forma activa, no pasiva ni receptor de soluciones, sino constructor de soluciones. Gracias.
Thank you. Yes.
Muy buenas, Omar Funes, del Consejo Nacional del Café de Honduras. No voy a repetir lo que decían los compañeros, pero creo que es importante una reflexión completa de transparencia en toda la cadena de valor, donde hay una visión compartida y una responsabilidad compartida. Cuando tenemos un negocio y hay diferentes departamentos, la empresa vela porque hay una rentabilidad en ese negocio para que la empresa salga adelante. Es igual a la cadena de valor. No podemos echarle la culpa al departamento de compras, si hago el símil, porque no es eficiente, porque hay que mejorar. Bueno, ayudémonos para que esta cadena pueda ser sostenible, que sea el principio, para que sea competitiva y que cada uno de los eslabones de la cadena tenga un margen de utilidad justo, todos, no solamente, hablamos aquí en nombre de los productores, desde los productores hasta el que tiene la cafetería, que también tiene unos costos, que hay que revisarlos. Entonces, abrir los libros y transparentarse significa, estamos en este negocio juntos, somos socios de negocio, y para eso necesitamos buscar soluciones juntas. Entonces, yo quiero finalizar diciendo cuál es el espacio quizás no es este, o busquémoslo, que vamos a tener los actores de la cadena para hacer los análisis de sensibilidad cuando los precios estén bajando de 2.45 a 200, a 180, para ir viendo cómo ajustar todos los márgenes y toda la operación hacia abajo, y que ese precio no caiga, digamos, el margen solamente del productor, y que el productor sea el que no cubre sus costos de producción, sino que lo hagamos como cadena. Y si los precios se van hacia arriba, igual que la utilidad y la eficiencia y todo lo que implique para que la cadena funcione bien, lo podamos ver de manera holística en toda la cadena. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. I think from my point of view, coming back to the communique, the task force, transparency, cost of production is one of the area of where the task force is investing, exactly to understand, but not only making a study, but to providing tools for each country to assess that. Second point, again, the relationship between price and rentability. That is also the concept of living and prosper income, where we want to make objective way to see that farmers can have that living income. The third element is collaboration, and that is also part of the work of the task force. And the fourth one is in relation with climate change, and this zooming on the landscaping is also a way to do it. So it's true that we don't see much, but I think we're building, the building blocks are there. What we need is upscaling and moving up. I think that is something that we have as an achievement today, see, because they say the solutions are there. Opportunity for diversification, for higher income are there, but we have to do it together. I don't know if you want to have a final word as a panel on this. Vanusia, you are the boss, so, and you have a vision.
Eu acho que a energia de quase todos nós está indo para o coquetel já. Como eu disse um pouco antes, eu acredito que nós estamos com os desafios todos aí e como eu posso dizer, com tantos cérebros juntos aqui, eu tenho certeza que existindo a vontade de mudar, nós sim vamos conseguir. Eu tenho certeza disso. O João fez um comentário um pouco mais cedo, que é um comentário que eu sempre faço, e o João me conhece há cerca de 20 anos, mais ou menos, que nós trabalhamos juntos. Eu costumo ver sempre o lado cheio do copo. Eu nunca sou pessimista, eu sou bem do realista para ser muito otimista. E eu acho que a partir do momento em que todos nós estamos munidos de algo que todos nós queremos atingir, eu acredito, eu não acho, eu acredito realmente que nós vamos conseguir sim, e eu espero que até o próximo fórum, que, se tudo correr bem, será na Índia em julho do ano que vem, nós já tenhamos fatos concretos, soluções concretas para estar apresentando para todo mundo. Contem comigo para isso.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's thank everybody who's been with us. Let's thank the interpreter that helped us today, all the organizers, of course, IDH, Rick, and all this team, and with some trouble that we had. Thank you very much, Veronica, all the assistants, all the staff here. And of course, the supporting company, and of course, last but not least, Wolfgang, that has been the mastermind of all this. Thank you, Wolf. Thank you.
E os nossos intérpretes. Os nossos intérpretes. Você falou?
Yes,
desculpa.
Yes. I thank them. And now we have a drink. Again, we go back to the fourth floor. So you're all welcome to have a drink and continue the discussion. Thank you.
Colombia, 2 seas, the Amazon rainforest.